Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before we get on to Groups B and C, we're just going to reflect a little bit on what we saw yesterday, because Daniel Klose has become the first player to book his place in finals night. Murph, we'll start with you. How impressed were you with his performances yesterday?
Very impressed. It's the first time that I'd had a real close look at him, and I'm not even trying to do that, by the way, now. But he was fantastic, wasn't he? He showed some spectacular stuff which we hadn't seen on Monday or Tuesday. It was really consistent up to that point. But that 111 average, absolutely brilliant, and wasn't broken once in a day. That's something quite remarkable, really. Yeah, absolutely. And Nico, we did see that consistency, like Murph just said. Did you expect him to have that level in him?
I've got to be honest, I didn't think he did. I thought he was going to be one of those players who would average somewhere between 85 and possibly 93 for the whole week and be Mr. Consistent. Did I think he had that next level? No, I didn't see it coming. So I blame Chris, because as soon as he turns up, he goes and averages 111. So he's the Daniel Klose catalyst.
And of course, we will be seeing him in finals now. We've made a lot as well about his demeanour on stage. He doesn't really give much away. When there's a crowd in, do you think he'll maybe give it a few celebrations? I don't think he's that type of player, but do you? Yeah, I don't think so, no. And apparently he's going around London today taking in the sights as well. He's just going to try and blend into the crowd. And that seems to be the type of person that he is, just unassuming, getting on with what he sees as his job. I think he did say, didn't he, I might celebrate a little bit if I win the £5,000. So we'll look forward to seeing what kind of theatrics he brings to the stage if he does that. And quite interesting when we discussed, you know, the two games that he did lose yesterday, and I asked him whether that was him taking his foot off the gas slightly because he knew he was already through to finals night. He said no, not at all. It was just his opponents played better. Would you agree with that? Absolutely. I think everybody stepped up a level yesterday. I think it was a really disappointing Tuesday for a couple of the players, but even they came into Wednesday with a little bit more in the armoury. And I was particularly impressed with Peter Jacques yesterday. I thought he needed a Wednesday, regardless of whether he made Group B or C, just a better day, and that's exactly what he got. I think now that the slate is wiped clean, I think Peter Jacques could be a fresh threat. That was going to be my next question. Murph, we'll come to you with that. Of the three players who find themselves coming from Group A to Group C, who do you think is going to be the one that comes into this with the most confidence? It probably is Jacques, isn't it? Yeah, probably. I think he is the most consistent of them. The best scorer of the three of them, but it was all about his doubles in all of his matches. I think the first match he had 80%. Of course he won that game, but in other games he had about 9%. So that's the bit that he needs to work on. I feel like Mark McGeeney seemed to tail off towards the end of the days, and that's something that he needs to put right. But yeah, I think Jacques is the threat from the three. And you mentioned Daniel Klose being someone who likes to blend in. We've got Martin Adams in the house, not someone who likes to blend in, but he's looking so relaxed today, isn't he? We were having a conversation with him. He said he just really enjoys this environment. He has done ever since we played from home during the pandemic. When we were playing in Southampton, he loved it down there. And now that he's come to Portsmouth, he's had a couple of goals on this stage when we were testing everything here. So he has played a couple of matches on this stage. So coming into this, and obviously he's played here previously in the stage as well. He's got the experience of this stage. He's got to be the favourite for this group. But it's not just about what he's done in the past, it's what he's done recently. Absolutely, and you look at his stats as well. He's played over 300 games in this event. His finishing, his scoring is superior to anyone else in the field today. Do you see there being any chance that he doesn't qualify for finals night? Possibly, because he has been liable to have a kind of day off from time to time, and when you're in Group A, that hasn't really mattered as much because there's been 3 days of action, where if that happens today or tomorrow, then he might leave himself with work to do. And I do think that the other players that have come in are kind of unknown quantities, and we've seen that with Daniel, for example, this week already, that can just come on a freebie and do things really well. I think we saw Lee Shewan recently do that and get to finals, and that his good mate Jordan Brooks has reached, I think, 3 semi-finals in the WDF recently as well. So I think he'll certainly be one to watch. And it's a nice combination today, isn't it? Because we've got that experience in the field. We've also got two unknown quantities, like you said. Mustafejevs, get in, said his name. He's someone we're really excited to see in action today. Absolutely. That's what this product is all about going forward. When we couldn't get people from overseas to come, it was a case of fans asking us, when will you be able to do this? And now that we can, we want to get players from all over the place for your darting entertainment. And this is just another drop in the water. I am really, really happy that we've got Janis here, and I'm really excited to see how his games progress over the next couple of days. Don't let him get away with that. Janis. I know. Yeah, yeah. Come on.
Mustafejevs. I've been saying it all week. It's easy.
Cool as you like that. Come on then. Your 2 players to come through from Group C.
Adams and
Janis.
There we go. That was quite convincing, wasn't it? We get underway at 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. We'll see you then.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome to day 4 of week 11 here at the MODUS Super Series, and of course the start of groups B and C. But before we get on to those, we're just going to take a little look at what happened in Group A yesterday, because of course we do have our first player through to finals night. So here's Chris Murphy to talk you through our highlights.
Checkout against Peter Jacques. The Scotsman lost his opener, but a personal best average of 107 later helped him to a 4-0 win over McGeeney and a place in Group B. McGeeney could not join him despite being one of the few players to beat Group A runaway winner Daniel Closer with the aid of that tidy ton-out, so will feature in Group C today. But it's 2 days off to take in the sights of London for Germany's Closer, who produced some pretty spectacular stuff himself, including this 106 finish and his best recorded average of 111.48 as he sealed his spot at finals night. The highest checkout of Wednesday belonged to the ever-expressive Rob Collins, who finished second to move into Group B, hitting a 160 stunner in the process. Though Jacques' 140 finish was every bit as good, as he showed signs that he could be a danger in Group C today.
Group A expertly explained there by Murph. Paul Nicholson alongside me. Just how impressed were you with Daniel Closer yesterday?
I think, considering he'd only lost one match going into Wednesday, it was a bit of a mental challenge for him because he knew he was very close to qualification anyway. But the way he came out of the blocks and put in that personal best average, I think it shocked everybody. May have even shocked himself, considering the way he was talking to you at the end of the day. But vastly impressed, and now after a couple of days off we'll see what he can do on Saturday night when we've got people here and when he's not having the day in day out form that we've seen for the last couple of days, because the increased performance I think was due to playing day in day out.
Absolutely, and when we've seen someone play so consistently and not seen much of them prior to Monday's session, it's hard to know what to expect from him, but that level that he showed yesterday, and even when he lost the 2 games, to come back and regroup himself, we learnt a lot about him yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we did. I think now that we know he has that level, we're almost putting more pressure on him to be more of a product on a Saturday night, or maybe even in the future in his future efforts. I think what he's done is put himself in a really good shot window for maybe being invited back. He's got the chance of maybe getting a tour card come January. I didn't know much about Daniel before this week, but I guarantee I'm watching out for him in the next few months.
Most definitely, and there we could see some action from him in that one. We'll see confirmation of the Group A table as well. And coming into today's action, of course, in Group C, we've got 3 players who've dropped down from Group A. Of those players, we mentioned it a little bit in our preview show, it's Peter Jacques who's probably coming into this session with the most confidence. Yeah,
you would assume that because of the way he played, improved stuff when it came to Wednesday. Ryan will be disappointed that he didn't make the Group B promotion, but the fact of the matter is he's in a spot over the next couple of days that he's very familiar with. He'll be in a routine now, and the same is going for McGeeney. So waking up at 6:30 in the morning, getting here for 7:30, it's just what they've been doing this week. They can plod on, hopefully get from a clean slate a better source of results.
Absolutely. So we can see then the bracket groups for today's sessions. We have Group B kicking off tonight at 10 p.m. But first we turn our attentions to Group C. We've got 2 debutants this morning as well. How much do you know about Brooks and Mustafejevs?
I'm starting to learn more about Mustafejevs as the days go on. I've just been having a chat with him about 5-10 minutes ago, and he's just really excited to be here. But as far as Jordan's concerned, we know that he's had some decent results away from this very recently. So there are possibilities that these 2 debutants will cause a lot of problems for the other established guys.
And you mentioned established guys. We've got Martin Wolfie Adams in action today as well. He's someone who really, really thrives in this environment, doesn't he? He's played over 300 games here at the Super Series. He's really looking forward to this challenge.
He's part of the furniture, and I mean that in the best possible way. He's been with us since the very start, and he plays every single day as if it's his debut day. And that's what makes it so refreshing to be around him. As soon as I saw him this morning, everybody's day got better.
Absolutely, and he's taking on Ryan Murray in the first game of the day. How do you see this one going?
This is a difficult one to call because if you look at the last few days, Ryan started pretty well, especially on Monday when he got a 4-0 victory. So if he's going to start well again today, there's an opportunity for him to catch Martin cold, but I don't think Martin's ever been cold.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get into this one. Charlie Corstefine is our referee for the day. Let's hand over to Chris Murphy in the commentary box.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, Martin Adams, a big name in the world of darts and one of the top talents that we've had at the Super Series. Not only has he played an enormous amount of games, 333 to be exact, but he's also managed to produce perfection on a couple of occasions as well. Wolfie in the 9-dart club at the Super Series, hitting 2 9-darters last year at the age of 65. Quite remarkable stuff. He goes on to face Ryan Murray, who had 2 9-darters hit against him in the space of about 6 minutes once upon a time. But really looking forward to this group. Adams, the man with the target on his back, as Paul was explaining upstairs and in the preview show, for those of you who watched it on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Wolfie is the one that they're all trying to hunt, but there is certainly plenty of claims to either join Martin Adams in qualifying for finals night or take his place, isn't there, Paul?
Yes, absolutely. And if you think that the debutants today are going to be the ones getting flogged, then you may have to do a bit more research because this group is going to be a lot tighter than you think. I like the fact that Ryan Murray will have the motivation of coming through Group C because a lot of people will say, Murph, that he'll feel dejected not being in a Group B spot, at least after the start that he got to the week. But he's got the experience of playing in a 6-person group this week and previously. 95. He'll want to put it right.
Yeah, and Adams will want to put right his previous experience here at the Super Series. We've talked about all the matches that he played in what was the previous kind of incarnation of this tournament at the Live League in Southampton. Got himself to finals night, didn't he, for the launch night here, but didn't manage to make it through, and everybody expected that he would be the one to do it.
Yeah, very much so. I think when people were thinking about an inaugural champion here 100. On the first Saturday night, they were looking for Martin as that figurehead to do so, but it turned out to be Kieran Tierney, and he will always have that accolade next to his name as being the first champion here, which is a big thing.
Martin, you require 85.
Good start here for Martin. 85 after 12. Solid. Bullseye for this first leg of the day.
60. Ryan, you require 114.
Not much between that point and the requisite target.
114. The target for Murray. Tops 94. The target for Murray, but he fails to find it.
25.
If you're going to be a world-class dart player, this is the finish that you're going to be confronted with.
17. Ryan, you require 20.
I hear of players practicing that particular finish for hours on end.
Game shot on the
25. Well, it's 20.
Ryan Murray.
That gets Murray in front here. In his first match yesterday, he actually posted the highest losing average of the entire series so far, Ryan Murray. Lost
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
With an average of 104.66.
Yeah, imagine putting in your biggest average and it being a losing average. Welcome to Super Series darts.
45.
Yeah, unsurprisingly. I mean, in fact, inevitably, because it was the highest winning average and the highest losing average of the series, it was also the highest combined match average. A pair of them posting a figure of 108.1.
100.
There was a game about 2 and a bit years ago during the pandemic when we were playing from home. Boris Koltsov was playing Mike Warburton, and I will never forget this game because Boris averaged 116 and Warburton averaged 110. And the combined average of 130, and I'm not sure that's been beaten since then.
97.
Yeah, we have seen some fabulous matches here at the Super Series. Look, of course, it's a short format and it is conducive to maintaining a high standard for the duration of a match, more likely than, say, a big game over a long sets format at one of the big TV tournaments. But they just still do. It does give players the opportunity to put in the shop window what they're all about, what they can produce.
Yes, it does. And I think the stats for Ryan this week are a fair reflection on why he's
95.
in this position. But to be honest with you, I've seen players averaging around the 87 mark, which is exactly what Ryan's done this week. In fact, the exact number is 87.29. I've seen people win Group A with stats like that. 11 maximums, which is very, very decent.
43.
But maybe the one thing that let Ryan down in the key clutches was the doubles. 29.37% for doubles this week over the course of his 15
43.
games. And every player above him in the table had a better checkout percentage. And it has to be that.
Adams here just looking to put himself in a good position to break straight back.
95.
But that's
Ryan,
not the worst miss
134.
that he could have had. He gives himself a chance, and he will get a chance by virtue of Murray's miss.
80. Martin, you require 90.
Missed the ball for leg one. Looking at the ball to start this combo. And that leaves 76, which is a double-double if he so wishes. But he's not that kind of player. He's more traditional.
I like that word. I always say old school, but I might adopt
Ryan, you require
traditional.
54.
If you want to get down with the kids, you say tradish.
Game shot on the second leg.
Modern Murray.
Ryan Murray.
That manages to double his lead in this match. And Martin Adams off to a relatively slow start.
First.
Remember, it
Game
is
on.
just 2 days, 2 sessions, 10 matches for all the players in this group.
Failing all else, just do what Josh Payne did last Thursday and Friday. Win 18
97.
points from 20. That'll definitely get you through.
Just
but what is going to be the number to get you safe? I mean, 14? 12?
140.
Will that get you in the top 2?
It depends on how the group... I would look at this group and think it probably would, but it depends on how the group shapes up, doesn't it? If you get 3 players running away and almost 2 mini leagues, then it could be higher than that, because you'll have 3 players battling it out for 2 spots.
It's complicated
45.
enough without you seeing mini leagues in a Group C or a Group B.
It's kind of what happened yesterday, although the mini league consisted of 1.
Yeah, there was Daniel at the top, and then
59.
at one point there was
Everybody
else trying to make the top 3. It was really exciting for a while.
Just coming back to your point earlier about that highest combined match average, it hasn't been beaten, the one you referred to. In terms of
87.
the live league, since that started, that's when we have stats for, and the highest combined average in live league and Super Series history is 111.04. Aaron Monk against Jason Askew.
Of course, because Jason averaged 118 plus.
Adams here. Well, I was going to say may need to utilise the bullseye, but doesn't have to bother with that
121.
now. He found a couple of trebles, but that last dart could do some damage to himself.
Especially now that Ryan is in better range.
99. Martin, you require 151.
Interesting use of the switch there. Some people might have used the bullseye. But Martin, with a perfect first dart, doesn't get the next treble. Ryan's biggest finish of the week, 154.
91. Ryan, you require
This
122.
Is a bit easier. But now it's impossible.
40. Martin, you require 60.
That's a pick aside here, Martin Adams. It went over the top, but it flicked the flight. You could see it nose dive behind it.
50.
And he fails
Ryan,
to
you
mop up on
require
10s
82.
as well.
What a chance this is. Especially now that the Bulls hit. That is a
Game shot on the
monstrous
third
break
leg.
of throw, because
Ryan
that gives
Murray.
Ryan Murray so many opportunities to get the first 2 points of Thursday. But having 2 breaks in the bank as well makes it even better.
Game on.
I've seen it happen before where Martin has the slow start.
45.
But the majority of the time, his ability to respond afterwards is just who he is. You don't get to where he's been in his career without having gone through a few mills along the way.
85.
Do you have a favourite Martin Adams game from his career? Actually, maybe we can ask our audience. Get in touch
57.
today. What is your favourite Martin Adams game?
The one that sticks out is against Phil Nixon, but that's kind of more because of Phil than Martin in that particular match.
Didn't he have a belter with Glenn Durrant at the Lakeside?
Yeah.
140.
Moments for Martin as well. I always enjoyed when he finally appeared at the Grand Slam, the walk on the entrance, the love that he got from the crowd.
100.
That was the greatest Grand Slam ever. And anybody who thinks there was a better Grand Slam than Martin's first year there, I'll take you and have a really good debate with you, because everything in that tournament was unbelievable.
59.
Fordham was there. We had the Taylor Van Gerwen final. We saw the ridiculous stats from Michael. It had everything.
100.
That tournament just around the corner, in fact. But today could actually be a great day for Latvian darts, couldn't it? Janis Mustafejevs coming up here at the Super Series, and MODUS Razmar in action at the World Grand Prix tonight.
Indeedy.
100.
Janis has been living in England for 7 years.
Yeah, St Helens, isn't it? That hotbed of tungsten talent.
Yeah, if you're going to get better, that's not a bad place to be.
83.
Well, Adams
Martin,
needs to get better in this match, and he might need to get better right now, because Murray has left a potential match-winning checkout. Treble 19, the double 20, for Wolfie to save his wolf skin.
He's not even called Jack.
Well, how's he going to get out of this mess?
Ryan, you require
You didn't just
160.
do that. That's a new level for you. How is he going to get this 60? It's catching. I think we're turning into werewolves here in the commentary box. It's all your fault, Martin.
92.
Well, a final
Martin
chance.
requires 74.
Treble 14 the target, 20 for tops, and it's going to be tricky. We've talked about this 60 checkout. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all.
54.
But he only managed to go alongside
Ryan,
it.
you require 24.
And I'm not sure anyone was expecting a 4-0 defeat for Adams in match 1.
Not at all. That's what Ryan wants. What a guide.
12.
Oh, what a collision.
Martin, you require 20.
You can't say that Ryan hasn't had his chance for the ultimate win. 21 darts for leg 4.
Game shot on the fourth.
He now has to go all the way
Martin
back to
Adams.
501 to try and get the job done another way.
Yeah, Martin Adams
Fifth leg. It's Martin
avoiding
to
a
throw
whitewash
first.
defeat in what is actually the first
Game on.
ever meeting between this pair. That would be some story, wouldn't it? Never lost a leg against Martin Adams.
80.
Do you know what? When you play Martin these days, I think it's a little bit different to playing him in the 90s and maybe in his World Championship winning days. But
41.
he has a very different outlook on the sport. He just loves to play, obviously. But he doesn't let the little things bother him. He just wants to get here. He wants to compete. And the little bubble that he makes for himself on the
180.
stage, he's comfortable in it. He doesn't let anybody penetrate that bubble.
100.
And when there's no fans here, it's actually quite a nice place to be when you're playing some decent stuff and you're not putting too much pressure on yourself. And Martin refuses to do that right now. And that's why he's in such a good place.
100.
You just wonder, don't you, those
55.
missed starts for
Martin,
Ryan
you
Murray,
require 141.
how long they will cause a hangover. Not because he's not capable of going and finishing the job, but because of the man that he's playing.
60.
And if you've never played Martin before, I don't care what kind of experience you've got. The fact that you're getting the opportunity to play Martin, you want to get a win against
81.
him. I know how that feels. The first time I ever played him, I thought, I'm just happy to play this guy. But then you really want to beat him. You want to get a win. You want to have a nice record against him. Well, Murray's had his chance for the 4-0, but now he's involved in a bit of a battle.
Game on. Wolfie huffing and puffing.
Sixth leg is
here at
Ryan
the
to
Super
throw
Series.
first. Game on.
And Muzz was light years away at the start of this game. But
140.
Adams has almost caught up. This is the crucial leg, isn't it? And it's a good start from Ryan Murray on throw, 2 trebles, just to keep himself in command.
On Monday, Ryan was wearing his home shirt.
30.
He was wearing it yesterday. He had a pretty good time of it. Picked up 4 points on Wednesday, but his worst return of the week was in
100.
this colour. Now, I know it doesn't mean anything. It just goes to show how superstitious I could possibly be. But he wants to get the start that he thought about when he saw the fixture sheet last night.
180.
But Adams is starting to, in your words, puff and puff. He's trying to blow Ryan's house down.
100.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Timing this from Martin Adams, not just in terms of the match, but the leg itself. He was out of when Murray opened with that 140, and he could only score 30 points in response. Suddenly, it's 180 followed by 140, and Adams will have a shot to level the match.
56. Martin, you
Martin
require
is very hard to get rid of
151.
in a best-of-7 match. I can attest to that. He's going to go south. It's the right play here.
91.
And that's
Ryan,
left
you require
60 again.
105.
Another chance to finish the match off. Double 16.
73.
That close.
Martin,
and
you
now 4
require
mismatch
60.
starts in 2 different legs. Gives Adams the chance to turn this around.
Stepping across, trying to find a clear route without hitting that dart. Looks like he's found the right line.
40.
But not the
Ryan,
right
you
weight.
require 32.
Ryan's had to wait for another chance.
16.
But that's now 7
Martin, you
shots.
require 20.
You can't ask for much more.
Well, you can see Ryan Murray in the background now. He thinks he's blown it. Has he? He's still waiting to hear the call of Charlie Corsterfield.
10.
And the 10
Ryan, you require
will be like
16.
sweet music to his ears. But he can't afford to miss another 3 darts.
He's trying to deliver sweet chin music.
Game, shots,
and does
and
with his
the match.
8th match
Ryan
start.
Murray.
Ultimately had to survive shots from the Wolf in leg 6 to take us all the way. But I think that could be the target heart rate for the day for Ryan Murray, who, by hook or by crook, with an average of 79, does get over the line to get his first 2 points, and indeed the first 2 points of Group C. We are going to progress with our Group C action in round 1 with Peter Jacques of England up against England's Mark McGeeney in our second match. That's not too far away, so don't go for yourselves.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Ryan Murray get the better of Martin Adams in our first game of the day. We spoke a lot about Murray's mentality coming into this one. Well, he started incredibly well, racing into a 3-0 lead. He had match starts in the fourth to complete a whitewash win, but couldn't capitalise, and Wolfie started to settle. 7 match starts in total missed by Murray, but Wolfie couldn't force a decider, and the Scotsman finally got over the line. As you can see there, Martin Adams with the better average, but it is Murray who gets the first points of the day in our opening match. Both of them will want to improve their finishing going for the rest of the day. Next up then, we have Peter Jacques against Mark McGeeney. Of course, these two players have already played 3 times this week. It is Jacques who's won the last 2 meetings between the two players. We've spoken about McGeeney's drop-off at the back end of days. The 2 low 70 averages he has posted were both against Jacques, quite interestingly. Jacques, as the lads mentioned at the top of the show, is probably the player coming into today's action the more confident of the 3 players that have dropped into Group C. So let's find out who gets the better in their 4th meeting of the week in the company of Nico and Murph.
Yes, thanks, Abby, and good morning to everybody tuning in once again. Aptly put by our presenter there, the fact that JXC seems to have had the better of Mark McGeeney over the last couple of days. It was actually Mark that won their first meeting on Monday by 4 legs to 2, but since then, Peter Jacques has won 8 legs against Mark and only losing 2. But the 50-year-old from Stockport will be very glad that the slate has been wiped clean, so everybody's got the same fresh opportunity for the next 2 mornings. But the referee for this match and all matches during the day session is Charlie Costafine, one of the best in the business.
Certainly concur with that. Ryan Murray.
First leg, it's Pete's to throw first. Game on.
Beating one of the best in the business in the opening match of the morning, Martin Adams. Look, we know he's not unbeatable. Hasn't just turned up at the Super Series every time and wiped the floor with everybody, but
100.
now that the league stage gets shorter, with 6 players in this group and 5 players in Group B, every match matters just that little bit more.
It does.
60.
So much. When you play in Group A, you're thinking, I want to win it. But at the back of your mind, you're thinking, I have that second opportunity. When you come into C or B, you know that isn't the case. You know if you don't make the top 2 in this group, you're going to be home well
100.
before lunchtime on Saturday. Well, depending on where you're from.
Yeah, and you're left with 2 choices. Watch the action live on Sporty Stuff TV or get
22.
yourself to dartshop.tv and book a ticket.
Well, interestingly, last week, Davy Proston and Franz Rurch, neither of them qualified for Saturday night. But they stuck
55.
around and were part of the audience. They wanted to see what it was all about. Maybe get some inspiration for next time.
By the way, if you want to fill those seats behind the players on Saturday night, it is the only night that we do have a crowd in here at the Super
38.
Series. Tickets are free of charge. You just need to apply at dartshop.tv. You will get free entry and be given a refreshment voucher as well, so a free drink on entry.
45.
You know, we were talking yesterday, Murph, somewhat comically about dart players having more kits than football teams.
135.
Well, JXC has proved it because day 4 is in his 4th different shirt. By my recognition anyway, I'm sure it's his 4th different shirt.
36. Peter, you require 81.
But even the mascot on the back of his shirt is wearing a football kit as well.
Do you know which kit it is?
Must be Huddersfield
22.
Town's home kit. Let's have a little glance as he turns around.
Let's have a gander.
Yeah, blue and white stripes.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm guaranteeing that is not QPR because the colours are the wrong way for starters. And I wouldn't imagine that's Reading.
Peter, you require 59.
And it's certainly not Sheffield Wednesday.
Is that a sore subject?
Game shot on the first
Well, not too
leg.
far
Peter
a distance between Huddersfield and Sheffield, but no distance at all between Jacques' dart and double top. And a leg between
Second leg, it's Mark
himself and the
first.
gladiator
Game
Mark
on.
McGeeney, who we've accused of not slow starts this week, but tailing off towards the end of days. So expecting that to come
60.
again, probably winning his first couple of matches is more important for him than anybody else.
Yeah, I'd say that's the case. He's had a consistent few days, but unfortunately the consistency has been on
82.
more of the inferior side. 4 points on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 4 yesterday. What he could do with today, in my opinion, is a day where he wins more matches than he loses.
83.
Even if he gets 6 points today, that will be a step in the right direction. And 6 points would put him in the reckoning for Friday. I think that should be his target today. I know these players will go into
140.
matches thinking, I want to win every one. That's a healthy mindset. However, in a broad sense, you think, well, what is going to put me in a good position? 3 wins from 5, you will definitely be part of the
55.
conversation.
Spoke a lot about that Peter Jacques action yesterday.
30.
All in front of his face, that lock of the elbow.
Yeah, from a mechanical point of view, these are 2 of the best. That stopping point and getting that focal sighter
95.
in that set position before they throw that dart through the air. It's almost perfect muscle memory, really.
140.
But technically, they're excellent. But like most world-class players, they're not perfect.
Well, that's perfect. As is that.
180.
I think that was as good a visit as Mark can deliver. He got every dart right there. As soon as I said that the technique wasn't perfect, he comes and hits that. But this is Jacques.
77.
Missing
Mark
double
required
16.
28.
Maybe Mark deserved a shot at double 14 after that maximum.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second
that
leg.
is beautiful.
Mark McGeeney.
208 in 4 darts. You cannot do it any better than that.
Yeah, superb stuff. And Peter Jacques
Third leg, it's
punished
Pete's to throw first.
for the
Game
first
on.
dart missed at double in the match.
Now, one of the things I was going to talk about today with Mark is that his
97.
follow through when he places that dart through the air. He does have a couple of different follow through actions. That one was quite jabby. That one was a bit more relaxed.
100.
But the last dart that he threw on the 180 in the previous leg was probably the best follow through I've seen from him this week. It was a bit more forceful, and the elbow went to straight as opposed to having a little bit of a bend in the arm. This game is getting better by the throw.
180 apiece.
66.
Jacques looking to get back ahead. It was interesting, wasn't it? Because the
82.
league table doesn't offer an awful lot of reason why these players could be challenging at the top, but we all seem to agree, myself, you and Abby, that Peter Jacques, out of the
59.
players,
Peter, you
is
require
probably the most likely, even though he
142.
finished below Ryan Murray.
Yeah, I think that's fair because there were just a few signs of explosiveness from him over the last few days.
44.
But consistency has been a problem for him. Now, McGeeney, who is a maximum behind here, had the lowest running average of Group A at 82.12.
50.
His
Peter, you
best
require
performance overall in a
98.
match was the lowest, and he had the least maximums. So maybe the table was fairly accurate for his performance level. But his doubles are pretty
58.
good at 33%. He was better than a couple of the other players. Maybe just needs to find a bit more range on the treble 20 early in legs.
94. Peter, you require 40. Game shot on the
Oh,
third
that's
leg.
such a pretty dart,
Peter
isn't it?
Jacques.
Beautifully thrown from Peter. He's a bit of a workhorse, this guy. He likes to get here early, put in the hours on
Fourth
the
leg,
practice
it's Mark to
board,
throw first. Game on.
and give it everything he's got.
Well, we mentioned that doubling yesterday, didn't we? We had a conversation about what kind of percentage is good enough to be challenging at the top, and we settled at 33%.
100.
I'm really glad you said that, because the 3 people who have come from Group A into this group were all below 33.33,
140.
which is 1 shot in every 3 attempts at double. The top 3 were all above that mark. So what does that prove?
Well, some might say it proves that we know what we're talking about, Paul.
140.
Others would beg to differ.
Some might say that sunshine follows thunder.
26.
We had a bit of a playlist playing in here this morning before we were getting ready to go on the air, and there was a song by Republica called Ready to Go. Do you remember
85.
I do, yep.
that? And our referee, Charlie Corstefine, came up with a great line for that song. Baby, I'm ready to throw instead of ready to go. And I thought, that's a great song. Just twisted to be a bit more dart-like.
Yeah,
Good darts, Charlie, good darts.
Be a great walk-on, wouldn't it? Like me, if I was a darts player, you remember the song,
100.
Are You Ready for This? Change this to Chris.
Is that the Run DMC Jason Nevins song?
Get Chris Dobie on it.
58. Mark, you require 76.
Give him a text later. He'll be in a good mood today. He won at the Grand Prix last night against Adrian Lewis.
Yeah, one of many great games. All going the distance in Leicester. Oh, declined the ball at the end of the visit there. Gambled on getting the 25.
36.
It didn't happen,
Peter,
so
you
Jacques
require
gets a poke at the 156.
Biggest shot of the week from Peter, 160. It's not too dissimilar to a 156, but he doesn't get the second big
85.
treble.
Mark, you require 40.
Needs to get 40.
Game
And
shot
does
the
get 40.
foreplay.
Good
Mark
doubling in
McGeeney.
this match. Jacques has been very accurate when he's been getting there. 2 hits
Fifth leg,
from
it's
3
Pete's to throw
attempts.
first.
But
Game
McGeeney,
on.
slightly better, as you can see, has not missed a double.
83.
Yeah, both players knowing that that's the department they need to improve on if they are to seal one of the top 2 spots.
100.
All will be revealed over the next couple of days. Daniel Closer already there. I do wish that we had a social media man available to go and follow him around London so we could play it
59.
out at the top of the show on Saturday.
Where do you think he's gone today? London Eye, London Aquarium, Tate Modern.
Yeah, I reckon he'll have gone to the nearest
55.
open top bus tour and sat on top of it and just allowed himself to be guided around the sights of the fair city.
Can you imagine how nice he's feeling today?
60.
He'll be on that open top bus. Hopefully the weather's nice in London for him. Unpredictable weather in London in October. But he's thinking, what a job I've done this week. He averaged almost 91 for 15 matches. I just want you to digest that for a second. Not everybody does that. He had the most maximums of any player, and he only had 1 ton-plus finish and over 40% on doubles
101.
for the week. Just take in those stats. They are very, very good.
He doesn't want to be spending too much time and too much money in London, otherwise he'll need the £5,000 first prize on Saturday.
134.
Can take a dent out of the wallet, can't it? 2 days in the capital.
Yeah, can it? Indeed.
Can Jacques take a dent out of this? He can. He already has.
138. Mark, you require 180.
Just don't go 18s first. Yeah, he's a bit too wily for something like that, but the treble 5 doesn't help him. That'll do.
94. Peter, you require
The expression
60.
there from Mark was, I wanted a 3, but a 19 will be fine, as long as I get a shot.
Game shot on the
brilliant.
5th leg.
You can see
Peter
there actually from that
Jacques.
changing camera angle that he had much better vision than we thought he might have had.
6th leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game
The
on.
dart was kind of out of the way, managed to find the top corner and manages to get his nose in front once again.
This is a good game. The averages are fine. They're both over 80.
100.
But this is a good contest. When you've got two players playing a very similar standard and neither missing doubles, it makes for a really good, entertaining
140.
contest.
Yeah, an all-on throw so far.
But the pressure is on McGeeney.
66.
Yeah, that's definitely not only the pressure because Jacques will throw first in a decider, but because now getting to a decider is a bit of a problem for Mark.
Yeah, it's a real free hit
85.
this for Jacques. He's not expected to win this leg, but if he goes for it, he could equalise Ryan Murray's position in the early Group C table, standing on 2 points and +2 in leg
24.
difference. And Mark McGeeney is showing signs of frustration here, which is good for Jacques because he's got a half-dart lead and the darts.
Frustrated figure of the
60.
gladiator, Mark McGeeney, who's going to need some kind of colossal comeback in this leg.
97.
That's a bit better. He's erased that half-dart lead, but Jacques has still got the throw and possibly the perfect approach.
180.
Second of the match for him, and it leaves him on double 18 after a dozen darts. All McGeeney can do is hit and hope.
85.
And
PT
wait.
required
And pray.
36. Game,
But Peter
shots,
pins the double
and the match.
and
Peter
picks up
Jacques.
the victory in his first match of the day. The Terrier taking the points against Mark McGeeney. His average north of 90 in the end, thanks to that second maximum and a brilliant checkout percentage. Said that yesterday his finishing in his first match was 80%. Well, he's done it again, 4 out of 5. McGeeney didn't miss a dart double, but he didn't get many, and that can pose a bit of a problem. Coming next, it's a couple of debutants here at the Super Series. Janis Mustafejevs of Latvia takes on Jordan Brooks of Fleetwood. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Peter Jacques record his third successive victory over Mark McGeeney here at the Super Series. As you can see, a 4-2 victory for him in that one. A really intriguing contest between two players playing at a similar level for much of that match. Both looked fairly solid on throw in the early stages, but a slip from the Gladiator in leg 6 allowed Jacques to wrap it up without having to go through a last leg decider. As you can see on the table there, 80% checkout success from Jacques. It was an element that both players needed to improve on, and they both certainly did in that match. Scoring certainly not bad either in that one. Next up then, we've got the two debutants going head-to-head in their first match at the Super Series. It is Mustafejevs up against Jordan Brooks, of course, the Latvian who now lives in St. Helens, actually. He said prior to play today that he has played a little bit with Michael Smith, a real hotbed for darts in that part of England. Up against Jordan Brooks, who's made a few semi-finals in WDF events over recent months. So let's find out who's going to settle the quicker into this format and into the Super Series in the company of the lads in the commentary box.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, the Fleetwood flinger that is Jordan Brooks about to make his debut here at the Super Series, taking on a fellow first-timer in this event in Latvia's Janis Mustafejevs. Now, as Abby mentioned, dwelling in St. Helens, the 30-year-old did play at the World Cup in 2020 alongside Madars Razmar, and they actually got a win against the Hong Kong team featuring Royden Lam and Kai Fan Lung in the opening round. But here comes the sheriff, the 38-year-old Jordan Brooks, who has recently reached 3 semi-finals on the WDF circuit. Lost out to Lee Shewan at the Lakeside on debut there earlier this year at the WDF World Championship. His good mate, who when he turned up here at the Super Series gave a good account of himself and lost out in historic and rather cruel fashion. And I'm sure that Jordan Brooks will be looking for bragging rights and hoping to go at least one better than Lee managed when he was here a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But I suppose when it comes to finals night, or even in some groups, the best way and the most dramatic way is to have that 9-dart shootout. I wonder if we're going to get another one this week.
100.
It would be somewhat fitting if Jordan was involved in one as well, because he seems to be following the same sort of career path as a certain Lee Shewan, but early evidence of just what Janis can do.
I might get a 9-darter if Janis plays like this all the time. But just interestingly, Paul, I'll have to go back through the record books. The only other place where 9-dart shootouts happen, to my knowledge, is the Grand Slam of Darts. There can't have been that many. But Andy Hamilton's been involved in 3.
Some people would give you a nickname 38 for that, but yeah, he's been in 3 of them. Just loves them. He knew exactly what he was doing in that 9-dot shootout as well, going for the 25. He needed 25 points to get through, and he got a 25.
Yeah, and he's won 1, lost 1, and come second in 1 out of 3.
40.
Ooh. That's a Robin Hood and a half.
Pointing towards the referee there, Mr. Black, Charlie Corstefine.
Is that his nickname now? Mr. Black?
Yeah, just because of the all-black uniform and hair. Nothing to do with the certain cartoon character that he bears an uncanny resemblance to.
He does have a bit of FBI about him, doesn't he? He's very regimented as our Charlie, and that's one of the reasons we love him. Just, he's the sheriff on the stage. And I know that Jordan's called the sheriff, but the sheriff on the stage is definitely Charlie.
100.
And his deputy, Owen Binks, will be taking over proceedings this evening. Have a good wealth of refereeing talent here at the Super Series. And I tell you what, they're not just
60.
masters of one
Janis
trade.
Requires 62.
They can do the spotting job as well.
First blood to Janis Mustafejevs.
30.
Not
Jordan,
quite.
you require 164.
An outside chance for JB.
Not to beat. For Mustafejevs.
60. Janis, you require 32.
Looking at double 16 once again.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
finding it.
Janis Mustafejevs.
He's a very free-flowing, fast-throwing type, isn't he?
Yeah, it's actually
Second
very
leg, it's
easy
Jordan
on
to
the
throw
eye.
first. Game on.
There's a bit of snap in that left arm, isn't there? But living in St Helens, that has got to make you better. Simple as that.
Yeah, as Abby said, he has
98.
practice from time to time with Michael Smith. Don't know exactly the geography, whether or not Michael is living next door to Janis.
Apparently, Janis
74.
plays for the Super League team that Michael's a part of. Michael's not there all the time, obviously, for obvious reasons. But that's not a bad team captain to have.
100.
But there's so much in the way of talent in that area of the country. We've seen so many come through from there. Obviously, Stephen Bunting lives in St Helens now.
Yeah, and
Alan
how good was he
Tabbin
last
and
night,
Chisnell
by the way?
and
25.
all sorts of people.
Bunting losing out to that Michael van Gerwen in the Grand Prix, but it was a brilliant match.
Another hotbed of darts being the Blackpool area, of which Jordan is a part of.
101.
The Newton, Shewan, Brooks trio, all
Yeah.
doing Fleetwood the credit it deserves.
45.
They're really interesting, isn't it, how darts goes through these little spells of having certain areas. The Northeast is one of them at the moment. It was Stoke, wasn't it, when Phil was at the top of his game, but he was backed up by Adrian Lewis and Andy Hamilton at the same time. I think at one point we might have had 3 of the top 4 in the world from Stoke.
Yeah,
100.
I think that was the case. With Callan Ridds and Chris Dobie, they live in the same street. At least they used to, anyway.
99. Jordan, you require 102.
Let's see if Jordan Brooks can locate a double for the first time in the match. He'll go bull here, I assume. Yeah, 17 to leave tops. It's a good approach play there. Had
62.
Mustafejevs been on a finish himself, we may have seen a different tactic.
One thing this format will do for you
96.
is give
Jordan,
you
you
plenty of
require
exposure
40.
to what makes you feel comfortable and uncomfortable.
Game shot on the second
Well, that
leg.
was uncomfortable
Jordan
and
Brooks.
comfortable. What on earth?
Bad first start. Excellent second one. And that wasn't the
Third
first
leg,
time it
it's
happened
Janis
in
to
that
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
It's a really tricky technique that Jordan has because he is left-eye dominant, being right-handed. And he's employing this Bobby George-style tactic where he's throwing
82.
cross-face. It's not an easy technique to master.
Yeah, caught the numbering with the first start there. You could see it move. I'll tell you a little story from the stage. There is a player, I won't name him because it was a bit of
100.
mischief making from this player, but the previous board provider in the PDC Unicorn made this board that had removable numbers,
139.
remember? And this player, when he was practicing, used to try and chip them off, throw out the numbers and he'd knock them off, and it used to drive George Noble, the referee, absolutely crazy.
I didn't know
77.
this.
I'll tell you off air who it was, but
Oh,
I think
look.
you could probably hazard a guess.
I can hazard a guess. Well, let's talk about that season that we've
77.
spoken about for Jordan Brooks. He's been in 3 semi-finals. Romanian Open, Isle of Man Classic, and the England National Singles. He's lost to Darren Johnson in the England National Singles. He lost to the England
92.
captain, James Hurrell, in the semis in the Isle of Man. And he lost to one of our Hungarian friends, Patrick Kovac, in the semi-finals in Romania. But
85.
solid displays this season from Jordan. He'd be looking to go 1, if not 2 steps better in future events. Maybe he could go 1 or 2 steps better this week.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything so far. I don't know about you,
72.
Paul, that separates
Janis, you
any of
require
the 6 players
118.
in terms of the performances so far. I know a couple have won early games, but no one's really stood out an awful lot. Now, that is a route that infuriates you, isn't it?
86.
Yeah, and I'm not the only
Jordan, you
one.
require
I saw
160.
Maras Razma go that route a couple of nights ago, and it drove Wayne Mardle up the wall.
Yeah, probably the best performer so far today, Peter Jacques, in that previous match, but that wasn't
96. Janis
A
required
routine
32.
victory, shall we say?
This could be routine. Well, double 12. Oh, round the houses, double 3.
It's gone from being possibly routine to an unorthodox
26.
routine.
Jordan, you require
The one
64.
thing you get with Razma is Mr. Unorthodox. It's one of the reasons we love him, but unfortunately for Janis, it didn't work out. And Jordan could pounce
Game
and
shot
does
on
a
the third
very good
leg.
job there
Jordan Brooks.
to take the lead for the first time. And the Sheriff lets his badge shine very bright.
Fourth
Yeah,
leg, it's
he's in
Jordan to
charge.
throw first. Game
2-1
on.
lead for Jordan Brooks. And did it all start from that decision to go for the treble 18? I know
I've got to say yes.
He missed 3 darts at double in the
100.
end.
I'd be amazed. If he knows Michael Smith and has left 118 in practice, I'd be astounded if Michael hasn't tapped him on the shoulder and said, don't do that.
137.
Because Michael Smith is one of the, if not the most intelligent counter on planet darts.
I think he's certainly the quickest good counter.
Yeah. If you do watch this back, Janis,
81.
going 18s first on 118 is wrong. You get the treble, you still need a single for bull or treble for a double. With the other way around, if you go the treble 20, you've got 2 cracks at the
46.
treble to leave the outer ring. From a surface area point of view, it just makes sense to go 20s.
Well, interestingly as well, at that point, when he went that route,
38.
his opponent was on a finish 160, and he didn't go the single for bull route.
Yeah, he went for the treble 16, which is a curious
95.
decision.
It's interesting. We say it's a curious decision, but there's been some work done on this recently, hasn't there? And the stats back it up that actually declining the bull when you're a player is your opponent's on a finish of north of about 100 teens. It's the right play. Statistically.
It's a risky play, is
60.
what it is.
And I actually think that there are different, my personal opinion, however much stock you put in that, that's up to you. But I actually think that
39.
early in a match, it's a less risky play. But towards the end of a match, in particularly this short format stuff, you've got to give yourself a go, surely.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I'm just a bit more seasoned, and when someone's on a finish, the etiquette was always don't not go for the bull, but then other players would utilize the other way of doing it, and it was
81.
always seen as mind games. Phil
Yeah.
Taylor did it more than anybody else.
Maybe Phil never played a mind game in his life, just knew the odds.
140.
He's playing mind games.
Jordan, you require 141.
Well, 1-4-1 here. He knows all about that finish. Brooks isn't going to take it. It's a good response, really, this from Mustafejevs. Hasn't been an excellent
100.
backing up of the
Janis,
break
you
by
require
Brooks.
44.
And a chance now for Mustafejevs to take out the 44. Is that a help?
12.
It's not. It's a hindrance.
Jordan, you require 41.
I don't think that was a bad guide. I just think he flicked the wrong side of the barrel. And Brooks goes for the same double. Now that will be in the way a little bit. He just has to scooch to his left
25.
and misses out
Janis, you require
on a
32.
3-1 advantage. Starting to see more visits over the number 6 in this match as it gets a bit edgy.
No score.
Flighting away right
Jordan,
there.
you require 16.
Shaking your head before going for the double. Doesn't fill me with confidence.
No score.
And it's unlucky 13.
Janis, you require 32.
Don't get that, you know, that you're almost talking yourself out of it before you throw.
Look at the glass half
No
full.
score.
But the glass is empty there for visit
Jordan,
number
you
8.
require 16.
We haven't seen many 9th visits in legs this
Game
week.
shot on the 4th leg.
But it is, by hook or
Jordan
by crook,
Brooks.
a 3-1 advantage for one of the debutants against the other.
Now look at the
Fifth leg,
difference
it's
in
Janis
approach
to throw
there from
first.
Jordan Brooks the
Game
last
on.
2 visits. Now I'll probably get a text in a moment from a good friend and colleague of mine saying that I'm talking psycho babble, but
60.
he was shaking his head before he threw, missed 3 darts at double. Next time, focuses, sets himself, approaches, looking confident, bang, straight in the middle of the target.
You know as well as I do, you've been around this sport
83.
in a media sense just as long, if not longer than I. Some players are just waking up in the morning and
55.
as much as they love playing this game and being part of a great sport, they do look at the glass half empty, and they've just got to be a bit more positive, especially when you've got a 2-1 lead, which could be a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and could have been
171.
2-2 pretty easily.
White horse alert. You don't get that very often. 3 big trebles in sequence. Well done, Jordan. First white horse of the week.
15.
And galloping towards a 4-1 win.
Mark Webster loves the white horse. Because when you hit the white horse on a soft tip board in the Far East, you get the sound effects.
Yeah, treble 20, treble 19, treble 18 to score 171.
46.
Should do something on darting terminology. I think there are plenty of those little phrases now.
What's your favourite?
133.
I am a big fan of the white horse. I've played a bit of soft tip darts in Japan, in Hong Kong, and you love it when you hit one and you get the sound effects coming off the machine. It's brilliant.
100.
I actually find it quite fascinating how some things are got. So, for example, double top is very, very rarely referred to as double 20, but no other double
42.
has
Jordan, you
terminology
require
to describe it.
101.
Yeah, that's so true.
Where will he be going? Right now, 9, I would imagine.
Oh, like Fatboy Slim, right here, right now.
Waiting. Focusing.
69.
But not yet finishing.
It's been an interesting debut for Janis. He started pretty well, getting a maximum in the first leg, but
45.
has struggled
Jordan, you
to
require
maintain
32.
accuracy since then.
Yeah, the average only 69 for Janis
Game,
Mustafejevs
shots,
in his first
and the
match of the
match,
Super Series.
Jordan Brooks.
And that's where it will end, because Jordan Brooks has taken full advantage to seal a 4-1 success on his debut. Didn't need to get out of second gear in that one. A 64, check out the highlight pin, but look at all those darts missed at double for his opponent. Actually had more darts at double than Brooks did himself, but it's 2 points for Jordan Brooks, who gets a win in his opening match, as did Peter Jacques and Ryan Murray, and they face off next here at the Super Series.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Jordan Brooks win the battle of the two debutants, beating Janis Mustafejevs by 4 legs to 1. The Sheriff capitalising on an error from his opponent in leg 3. From there, both players actually endured a bit of double trouble, but it was the Latvian who looked the more nervy at the back end of legs there. As you can see, just 1 out of 13 on the outer ring for him in that match. Jordan Brooks' experience and positive approach to the hockey making a big difference in that one. He finished with 36% on the outer ring, so he gets his first win here at the Super Series. We've now seen all 6 players in action here this morning, and I think it's fair to say there's a fairly even standard across the board. Of course, the Latvian will want to up his standard quite a bit going into his second match, but his nerves will hopefully settle, having now played 1 match up on that stage. So our next match is about to get underway. It is Ryan Murray against Peter Jacques. Of course, both players winning their opening matches of the morning. Jacques with some really impressive finishing in his match there. So let's get this one underway then in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Once again, it is time to see Murray and Jacques. And it is for the 4th time this week, of course. So far, it is 2-1 Murray. What can Jacques do over the course of best of 7 once again? Every match that they've had this week, Murph, it's been, well, not close. Either 4-1 or 4-0. I wonder if they're on the cusp of having a bit of a closer battle. But the thing that intrigues me the most, before we get into this, is that Peter Jacques is 49 years of age. Now, we look at people's age more than ever because of World Seniors. Do you think about the level that Peter can attain? Do you think that maybe the World Seniors, if he doesn't go back to the tour next year, is maybe an avenue for him to showcase his skills once more?
Absolutely. 41. I think he's someone who really will do damage at some of those qualifiers and tour events. And if you are yourself over the age of 50,
177.
head to seniorsdarts.com and check out the calendar, because it's opportunities not just for former professionals, but anybody who's played at a decent standard,
60,
thinks they could live a belated darting dream. You could get yourself to the Circus Tavern for the 2nd World Seniors Championship next year. Of course, later tonight we will see the inaugural winner in Robert Thornton. Certainly worth a go. And yeah, I think that's a good call on Peter Jacques, someone to watch out for in the next couple of years.
I don't think Robert's going to bring the trophy, is he?
Ryan, you require 105.
That is one marvellous piece.
It'd be nice if he brought it on Saturday, wouldn't it? If he's here on Saturday, of course. No foregone conclusions.
Good luck saying to Robert if. He'll definitely rebuff that.
123. Ryan, you require 32.
For a 13-dart start. For a 14-dart start. For a 15-dart start.
No score.
I won't keep doing it.
3 false starts.
But he does have 3 more in hand. Jacques has made a
100.
slow start.
Ryan, you require 32.
For a 16-dart start.
No score.
And he gives himself the old telling
96.
off.
Yeah, it was for a 16-dart start, but he didn't want a 16 with dart 17, and suddenly Jacques has the chance to snatch the leg. I thought double-double was the shot there.
Ryan, you require 32.
Trying to do a Yogi Bear there, wasn't he? Trying to nick the picnic basket. 1 left with Jacques on a double.
16.
Well, how on earth has Ryan Murray lost this leg?
He's missed 8 darts a double. He should have had 9 because one of them was a bust.
Game shot on the first leg.
Peter Jacques has had 1, and he's hit it.
As you know, I am not a big fan of the old apology.
Second leg, it's Pete's the
when
throw
winning
first.
a leg, but
game on.
If there is a time to do it, I suppose it's then.
Yeah, but you do hear darts players say,
59.
I should have won that leg. Hitting the double is part of winning the leg. Just because you're on a double doesn't necessarily mean you should have won it. You could have won it, yes. You had every opportunity
61.
to win it. But hitting the double is part of it.
Well, talk to Danny Willett from the PGA Tour recently. He had 3 putts from about 6 feet.
81.
And if he'd have drained the first one, he would have been the champion. The second one coming back, he would have hauled that for a playoff. And he ended up 3-putting and not getting either. And Max Homer won. You could say that Danny Willett should have won that tournament. But the fact of the matter is he didn't.
That's the words of a fool.
100.
You just wonder if that first leg's going to have a really big effect on the rest of the match for
35.
For Ryan Murray, because he got off to the ideal start today. 3-0 up against Martin Adams, got the win eventually. But you sense that Jacques is ready to put Murray to the sword.
Yeah, and we all have spoken about Peter Jacques as maybe the threat in this group to Martin Adams. Seems to be showing that so far, despite really being gifted that opening leg. Won his first match 4-2 against
81.
Mark McGeeney, the only player to average more than 85 in the first round of games, let alone more than 90, which he did.
81. Peter, you
so he set the
59.
standard so far.
He missed a big 20 with his last dart. He's got a bucket full of darts at tops and 10s.
39.
And still 10s to get the job done here in leg 2.
Is he about to RSVP?
137. Peter, you require 20.
After being gifted the opening leg, is he gifting the second back to his opponent? He might just be.
Game shot on the
what
second
a dart
leg.
that is, because
Peter
the
Jacques.
first two were no help at all.
If anything, they were a hindrance. Really pinpoint stuff
Third
from
leg, it's Ryan to throw
the man
first.
from Yorkshire.
Game on.
Yeah, lives in a lovely part of the world, Peter Jacques. Denby Dale, on the outskirts of Huddersfield in God's County.
85.
Not that you're biased. Isn't that where another darting broadcaster lives as well?
Yeah, Rod Studd. The great Rod Studd.
140.
Between Huddersfield and Barnsley.
47.
We talked a little bit about Jordan Brooks' season when he was playing against Janis
60.
Mustafejevs in the previous match. What about Ryan's season, which started really well back in April, making the final of the Scottish Open?
40.
Lost out to James Hurrell, but he has had other big runs as well to the semi-finals of the Welsh Classic, where he lost out to Graham Hall, who we know a lot about.
96.
Here at the MODUS Super Series. He did win week 3, and I presume I'm saying this right. It's in Switzerland.
95.
I know that the Helvetia Open or Helvetia Open, where he lost out to a certain Andy Bartons. Now, there's the player that I want to see here more than anybody else that we haven't had yet. Andy Bartons is my guy. I want to see him here.
Top character, and he was very unfortunate at the Belgian Darts Open recently, the PDC Euro Tour
38. Peter, you require 66.
Peter Jacques, though, bossing this one. Ryan Murray playing at the basement of his ability right now.
44.
Well, that's a miscount, surely, from Peter Jacques. Nobody intends to leave 22. And I think he knows it without even looking at the score as he walked back then.
What am I going to say next?
Peter, you require
Nobody
22.
splits double 11.
Ah, yes, yes. Well, maybe he will because he didn't mean to leave it. Now, straight for it. Paul's right.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's on point.
Peter Jacques.
Somebody prove me wrong. Nobody splits double 11.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
We're talking about Peter Jacques' potential to play the World Seniors next year. Now, I've just seen a tweet from the World Seniors Tour 2 minutes ago. We have some
50.
news, but they're not going to tell us until 10 a.m. tomorrow. So do follow them on Twitter, @SeniorsDarts, worldseniors.darts.com, the website as well. Some breaking news.
100.
And I've got no idea what it is, but you'll find out at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
So you've had breaking news about breaking news.
Absolutely, yeah.
60.
I just love the 21st century, don't you? Do you remember when breaking news actually was breaking news?
Yeah, everything is breaking news, isn't it? Breaking news.
180.
Ryan Murray hits the match's first maximum.
121.
we were going to see the backed up maximum there from Peter Jacques, but unfortunately, it was only a 1-2-1. However, he does leave himself on a
27.
tidy number, so a one treble visit here up top, and he will get himself to a finish first.
Yeah, we mentioned Rod Studd as a fellow
40.
Denby Dale native. We also mentioned darting terminology. Of course, it was he who coined the now very, very frequently used big fish for the 170.
Correct.
54.
And he deserves the credit for that as well, because it is almost ubiquitous now.
And he might be going for it if he doesn't hit a treble here.
60.
There we go.
Ryan,
Almost as if we know what's about to happen. Wonder if Peter Jacques ever delivered
Peter
Rod Studd's
require
post.
170.
He can't deliver the big fish.
You've cracked me up twice already today.
57. Ryan, you require
What is
80.
it Rod said? The big fish? Well, this is ridiculous. During that absolutely crackers match between Anderson and Van Gerwen in Newcastle.
Oh, brilliant, wasn't it?
Game shot.
Oh,
that's brilliant.
How
Ryan
good was
Murray.
the third dart? But let's not forget how precarious that second dart was. He almost bust the shot. So saves the match with an 80 checkout, does Ryan. And he's looking to do
Fifth leg. It's Ryan to throw
a little bit of the
first.
repair
Game on.
work that Martin Adams did against him in match number 1. It's not the first time that we've seen somebody try to sneak the throw there, Peter, but we've all done it.
It has been,
67.
barring that 90-plus average from Jacques against McGeeney, it has been a quite slow start to the day. Put you on the spot, Paul. What do you put that down to?
44.
A couple of things, really. With Jordan and with Janis, I think debut, hadn't played on this stage in a competitive match before. Obviously,
59.
it'll be a bit daunting for them. And they're two players that haven't played a great deal in front of the cameras. But as far as the other guys are concerned,
60.
I can't really say the same for Martin. But Ryan, Peter, and Mark, we're talking about their 4th day of action now. They're playing their 16th
85.
and 17th matches this morning of the week. It is tiring. They might just be waiting for their second win to kick in.
Well, we will have a couple of players that should be a bit fresher in action
81.
against each other next, because Jordan Brooks takes on Martin Adams in the next one. I always love it.
85.
That question got asked to Gordon Strachan when he was managing Southampton just down the road here. And he said that he felt that they were boring in a particular game that finished 0-0.
180.
And the interviewer said, "What do you put that down to, Gordon?" He answered 2 words: boring football.
99.
One of the
Peter
most
require
straightforward men
136.
in sport. Comedy gold. Finishing gold it would be for Ryan.
96.
If he
Ryan,
can
you
find this
require
106, and you
106.
sense that maybe he does have to find this.
Yeah, particularly after Jake's hit a 180 in this leg.
90.
And it's helped
Peter,
him to
you
leave top.
require
So missed
40.
dart to stay in the match by Murray. And now 3 darts for the match for Peter Jacques. 2 10s.
20.
2 10s,
Ryan, you
perhaps.
require 60.
That would have been for a 3rd consecutive 4-1 victory against Ryan Murray.
Game shot on the 5th
But it's going to be
leg.
their tightest
Ryan
match of the
Murray.
week. They haven't played this many legs against each other so far in week number 11. And now we're
6th
none the
leg, it's
wiser
Peter
as to
to
who's
throw
going to win it.
first.
But
Game
maybe
on.
Jacques is still favoured having the darts here in leg 6.
41.
Neither player will be feeling 100% confident. They have had up and down weeks.
57.
I'm looking forward to breaking the news, more breaking news, on Saturday night about next week's combatants, because
100.
without giving too much away, if you like your darts from the turn of the century, you might want to watch.
140.
Yep, and it's only a couple of weeks now till the first ever Champions Week at this new live lounge venue.
140.
I have a feeling that that is the week we're going to break the 120.
Well, it will be a record week, whatever happens, because the largest amount of prize money ever will be dished out.
There will be a rolling 9-dart prize as well. So if you hit a 9-darter in Champions Week, there is a bonus on offer.
80. Ryan, you require
Get yourself there,
170.
Paul, you might clean up.
The only way I'm cleaning up is somebody gives me a mop.
98.
Back to that fish
Peter,
again,
you require 140.
Murray couldn't complete it. Now Peter Jacques is looking to repeat his highest checkout from yesterday with another one of those. Can't manage it.
100. Ryan, you require 72.
This one is to take us the distance. Double 12.
60.
You sense
Peter, you require
that
40.
might be that.
We had this opportunity in the previous leg. Couldn't take it on that
shot,
occasion.
and the
but
match,
this time,
Peter Jacques.
Peter pins the double. And it's joy for Jacques at the start of the day because it's maximum points for the former postie from West Yorkshire. An average more than 10 points less than his opening win against Mark McGeeney, but it was still good enough to get the same scoreline in a victory against Ryan Murray that sees him move to the top of the early stages of the Group C table. A couple of players that lost, sorry, one player won their opening match, one lost their opening match. Next, Jordan Brooks got a win. Martin Adams looking for his first. That's coming right up.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Peter Jacques get his second victory of the morning. A 4-2 win for him over Ryan Murray in that one. Of course, Murray got off to the ideal start this morning, but missing 8 darts at double in the opening leg of that one against Jacques. The Scotsman cut quite a frustrating figure out there as Jacques made the most of the opportunity presented to him. He then raced into a 3-0 lead. An 80 outshot in leg 4 from Murray prolonged the match, but missed starts at double meant he wasn't able to force a last leg decider, and Jacques completed the job. As you can see, not as clinical on the outer ring in that one. 4 out of 11 for the Englishman. But Ryan Murray just 2 from 14 and 14% checkout success. That 80 finish that I mentioned was the highest of that match. Up next then, we have debutant Jordan Brooks against Martin Adams. I think it's fair to say, even though Jordan Brooks won his opening match, he'll be expecting a much more difficult challenge in this match. It is Martin Adams who is the favourite for this one. Brooks, the 9-4 outsider to get the victory in this one. Adams, of course, started quite slowly against Ryan Murray, but he did settle into that one, so we should expect some vintage Wolfie in this one. To guide you through it, it's Nico and Murph.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. And you were right, there was a bit of outer ring sting after that bad Murray in the previous match. And this pair hoping to get that department right. Jordan Brooks, who did win his first match, but didn't really impress an awful lot, I think it's fair to say, in a 4-1 win against a very below par fellow debutant in Janis Mustafejevs. And Martin Adams, the most experienced darts player, not only at the Super Series, but perhaps on planet Earth right now. A 66-year-old still going strong, but looking for his first victory today after losing to Murray in his opener.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Martin would not be pleased with the start he made today. But the perfect riposte is to get into the company of Murray and Brooks on 2 points going into round 3. Jacques undefeated in his first 2. A very tidy start without playing his best
John
stuff.
To throw first. Game on.
Well, Martin's trying to be the Eric Clapton of darts in this one by shooting the sheriff. Unfortunately, he doesn't have to go for the deputy.
That's a strong start from the sheriff here.
180.
Could not be any stronger.
Case closed.
The sheriff doing all the shooting. Jordan Brooks with an opening maximum in his first meeting
45.
with Martin.
We were just remarking off the air, weren't we, that Martin's season in 2022, it's been a lot of this stuff, and it's always great when he's here. But aside
50.
from that, he's not chasing ranking points anymore. He doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, played at Lakeside, didn't he? And he had an interview afterwards with our media partners, Online Darts, and he was asked the question, do you think this is the last time for you at the Lakeside in a WDF sanctioned World Championship? And he got a little bit emotional about it. I think he had realised, and he'd probably made the decision in the back of his mind that he wasn't going to go after that anymore.
81.
Partly because there are other things he can do.
Yeah, he can play in the World Seniors now, and he's been a big part of their inaugural year. And you just sense that maybe that title, being so close to it
123
earlier this year, maybe has given him the chance to try and get a different world title on the mantle. And you speak to him before these kind of sessions,
100,
and you do sense that the World Seniors is where he's pitched his tent now.
Yeah, and we were speaking about, if you want to enter the World Seniors yourself, anyone over the age of 50 can do so. Jim McEwen, a good friend of ours here at the Super Series, tweeted in to let everybody know that he'd encourage them to go if they're eligible. Great atmosphere, very friendly. The standard is scary, he said. But certainly enjoyable days out. Do go and check it out.
I'm sure everybody around the UK and around the world knows somebody who is of a very good standard.
74.
Who would possibly have the ability to go all the way at the World Senior Championship. I know Chris Dobie's father, Gordon, is more than good enough.
Well, look, Robert Thornton won 2 of the events, but the one in the middle, the Masters, was won by a qualifier in David Cameron, the man who's since gone on to qualify for Pally Pally.
Absolutely right. Now,
some career change that, wasn't it, after leaving number 10?
Game shot on the first leg.
Don't go down that road. No politics, no religion here at the Super Series. All we guarantee
Second leg, it's Martin to
Oh,
throw
good legs
first.
of darts, which is exactly what we
Game
just
on.
had from Jordan Brooks, funnily enough. 17 darter. That's more like it. If you want to know what kind of guy Martin is,
140.
I saw something this morning that made me chuckle. I know it's somewhat old-fashioned, or maybe a bit yesteryear, but wearing a bit of bling. Used to see a lot of it from obviously
45.
Bobby George. He was noted for it. Used to see a bit of sovereign ring action from Merv. And Martin's still got the jewellery on the left hand there, a bit on the right as well. But if you look at his left wrist, he's not wearing a fancy gold watch. He's wearing a gold
140.
smartwatch. Even when he gets the technology right, he's still, I'm going to have the gold strap.
The modern man.
59.
I wouldn't trust myself with a smartwatch on a dart stage. I'd probably get a phone call or a text message in the middle of the match.
Merv, like Martin, used to wear a bracelet, didn't he, on his throwing arm. It would drive me crazy.
Yeah, look at the action of that bracelet down towards the middle part of the
85.
arm. It'll go to the wrist, but there are many dart players out there, including myself, because I wear these ionic bands on my right wrist all the time, or negative ion bracelets, and you feel almost
43.
naked without
Martin,
something
you
on your right
require
wrist. It's a common thing for a
136.
dart player, and for golfers as well.
This is a much better standard from Wolfie. Good timing there from the commentator once again. As a dart goes wayward into the 5.
45.
We talked a little bit about the possibility of a Halloween special on October the 31st. It's just an idea at the minute. It's not something we might do, but kind of fun in our minds.
39. Martin, you require
I'd like to see
91.
Martin in full wolf regalia that day. You'd have to come as Michael J. Fox's dad from Teen Wolf, surely.
Game shot on the second leg.
There we go.
Martin Adams.
Beautifully done. And the standard is going up in this one. Adams averaging 96. Jordan losing his way a little bit there in
Third
leg
leg,
2.
it's Jordan to throw first.
But if you
Game
are
on.
going to have a bad leg, have it on your opponent's throw early.
$77.
What did you make of Jordan Brooks at Lakeside? Were you impressed? Or do you think the occasion of playing Lee Shewan was just a bit too much?
Yeah, I think the media narrative, which we were partly responsible for there, was all about
59.
that best of friends becoming worst of enemies clash, and that never really happened. It was a very friendly game, wasn't it? And it was probably the worst draw that he could have got. I would like to see the pair of them have another opportunity.
42.
He's going the right way about it, getting semi-finals on the tour.
Adams got thumped, didn't he, by a very impressive Jared Cole. Speaking about the seniors tour, I always laugh. Chris Mason, he's got to be in his bonnet, hasn't he, about the age of the development tour. And I must admit, I heard him say
46.
something like, soon you'll be able to play on both the development tour and seniors tour at the same time. Classic Chris Mason. He'll be back on Saturday.
I didn't hear him say that. That's quite funny.
100.
And he's already revealed that he is going to be bidding to make it to Champions League. I must say, you and Mace are both kind of underselling it a little bit. You're really both playing it down, aren't you?
Playing what down?
Your chances.
What chances?
40.
I haven't
Exactly.
I haven't said that I'm even playing yet.
That's the epitome of playing it down.
Well, Mace is definitely going to be here next week, and he's been working super hard on his game. He's been doing a lot of hours.
100.
Well, he's been to a few of those seniors events, and to his credit, Chris Mason said he wouldn't accept an invite, although I think he should change his mind on that. But he's tried to get through the qualification route and has produced some good stuff. Won one of the flyer events,
60.
didn't he, on the Friday night?
Yeah, he's put in 3-figure averages as well. And he had one of the best games of his entire life against Martin Adams, didn't he, at Lakeside? If you've never seen that, find it, watch it, take it in, and imagine what it was like watching it live.
Brooks just stepped back there because he was
130.
almost enticed into throwing a maximum to leave double one.
An all too tempting prospect.
Weird game, this, isn't it? Brooks had a really good first leg. Adams had a decent second leg. And now he's nowhere
Jordan,
in leg
you require
3.
52.
That's a Katy Perry leg. Hot and cold.
Game shot on the third leg. Jordan Brooks.
No real fireworks yet. But Brooks does have the lead.
I would add a bit more
Fourth
into
leg,
that,
it's
but
Martin
I've
to
run out
throw
of Katy
first.
Perry songs.
Game
Yeah,
on.
Or maybe that was the one that got away from Martin Adams.
That's very good. That's very good. I'm now struggling to shoehorn California Girls into the commentary.
That was my initial thought. I thought, I can think of another one.
100.
I really do enjoy working with you, Murph. Honestly, it's so much fun.
Yeah, no one enjoys listening, but that's the problem. When we're having fun, nobody else is.
46.
I don't think the players are having much fun so far today. It's been a kind of lethargic start. Only Peter Jacques really can afford a smile or two in the practice room.
I have a theory, and that theory is that
100.
after round 1 of the matches, the players will be getting a feel of what kind of form is out there, and they see the averages too. They have a feeling of what's going on.
135.
And there may be just this feeling that most of the players are not performing at their peak, so there's pressure in trying to be the man. Now, Jacques has got the 4 points from 2 matches, but everybody's there for the taking.
100.
And there is some pressure in that. Jordan almost getting his second white horse of the day. He keeps doing that.
100.
I have to change his nickname.
It'd become the horse against the wolf then, wouldn't it?
Who would win?
What, in darting terms or in a mythical battle?
Street fighter terms. Come on.
140.
It's got to be the wolf, hasn't it? But he might win this leg. Again, it's leg on, leg off for Martin Adams. Oh, hang on a minute. All of a sudden, this leg could be on.
140.
Starting to sound like Mr.
Martin
Miyagi there.
requires 61.
Leg on, leg off.
Double 8 for Adams. That's the wolfy way.
45.
But this is a chance, a big, big
Jordan,
opportunity for Jordan Brooks
80.
now.
Can you climb that ladder? That's a very fortunate single.
40.
And
Martin,
you can see how much he missed
60.
that top spy. Maybe not as much as earlier when he hit the metallic ring.
There's a real danger of him busting
Game
there,
shot on
wasn't
the
there?
fourth leg.
It's levels,
Martin
you devils.
Adams.
2-2.
Desmond.
Martin Adams.
Fifth leg. It's Jordan to throw
He doesn't look
first.
overjoyed
on.
with his level so far. We haven't got a player in the field that is as animated as Rob Collins, who'll be back in action tonight. Looking forward to the battle between the two Bobs when he meets Robert Thornton, because he's another man who wears his feelings on his face.
Yeah, that'll be a good game tonight.
46.
You talk about darting terminology. Whenever we go for 2-2s on the board, we always call it Desmond, after the great South African. He's a reverend, right? And of course, we have
45.
the stalemate in this game at 2-2, and we refer to that as well. What's your favourite piece of darting terminology? You asked me about the white horse
What
earlier.
I was going to do, actually, was I was going to indulge in a little quiz, Paul.
100.
I'm listening.
And see if you know some of these.
Just realised I sound like Fraser Crane there, saying I'm listening.
100.
Nobody call in and ask for psychological advice. I'm not qualified.
So hang on a minute. I'll just search my information device. I do have a list that I've done before.
Jordan is searching for that treble 20. He was a bit frustrated there with stepping back. Just, if anything, losing his
63.
line more than the weight of the dart.
Right, come on then, Paul. Annie's Attic.
Is that double 3?
Double 1.
Oh. Attic. Of course it's going to be upstairs. I'm thinking basement. What's wrong with me?
28.
Well, that's an interesting modern take on one I haven't heard before. What's a brimful?
It's got to be a 180.
45, isn't it? From the song. Corner shot, brimful of Asher.
80.
On the 45.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to use that from now on.
That's like 26 is bed and breakfast because it used to be a 2 and a 6 for a bed and breakfast back in the day.
64.
Correct. We'll come up with some more of these as the day goes on.
Brimful. I like that one.
I think that might be my new favourite.
What does that say about your choice in music?
58.
The 45 was, of course, once known as bag of nuts because that's what you pay for it in the public house.
And when you have 3
85.
bad darts sprayed around the ball, that's a bag of nails.
54.
That's a bad first start. And maybe we'll give some sort of encouragement to Wolfie, who again is averaging in the low 80s like he did in his first
39.
game of the day.
Here comes the wolf.
Ideal.
139.
Look how good that single was.
Jordan, you require
Let's just marvel at how
115.
central that single 19 was. A beautiful dart. No shot at double. And Wolfie could take the lead.
99.
This is the
Martin,
first
you
time in the
require
match where
40.
Jordan has not played well on his own throw.
Double top.
Game
And
shot on the
in
5th leg.
It goes for Martin Adams. And as Paul Nicholson rightly said, Brooks punished for the first time for being off colour on his
6th
own
leg.
throw.
It's Martin to throw
And now
first.
Adams will throw for the win.
Game on.
Let's have a little look at the last 3 days then and just see what the daily averages look like. Because yesterday we remarked at how similar Monday and Tuesday were. 85.05
78.
for Group A on Monday. 85.09. Only a difference of 0.04 the next day. But the standard yesterday, it jumped.
100.
89.51 for the day, an improvement of over 4 points.
Adams improving towards the back end of this
100.
match. Nice steady stuff. Tons exchanged.
$99.
Almost looks like an Adrian Lewis setup that he's using, Jordan.
Yeah, a bit of an old-fashioned Adrian Lewis setup, the one that took him to the World Championship.
Yeah, the slightly bigger groove on that pencil-style barrel. And the
100.
larger black flight. It's called a big wing flight. Whereas these days, Adrian's using the more sort of cut-off hexagonal examples.
He's going for the treble 18 there.
52.
Jordan Brooks, but he found the vegetable patch.
Money.
140.
Not quite a full wallet, though. Could be the perfect riposte after losing his
60.
first game
Martin,
by
you
4 legs to
require
2 against
83.
Ryan Murray. He did try to take him all the way, but just failed at the final hurdle. Adams has got 6 starts from 83. The layup,
43.
more than fine. And tops it will be to finish the job when he returns. To join Ryan Murray and Jordan Brooks on 2 points in the table, with only Mark McGeeney
140.
and Mustafejevs
Martin, you require 40.
left in round number 2.
Tops he wants then. And it's double 10 again. Chasing the doubles around the board
30.
and not getting the job done just
Jordan,
yet.
you
And now
require
Brooks
50.
has a chance to force a decider.
This would hurt.
18.
Oh, look at that. Caresses the wire twice.
Martin, you
And
require
Adams comes back
10.
for 5s.
Game,
In it goes.
shot, and the match.
Martin Adams picks up his first victory of the day here at the Super Series. A slow start for Wolfie when he went down 4-2 to Ryan Murray in the opening match. Jordan Brooks won his first match 4-1 against Janis Mustafejevs, but Adams hits back to pick up a couple of points for the first time today. 91, check out the highlight for him, 40% finishing, the reason why he managed to get over the line, and he opens his account for Group C. Two players who are hoping to do that next are Mark McGeeney and the aforementioned Mustafejevs, and that is coming up in 3 minutes.
Good morning, welcome back to the Super Series, where we've just seen Martin Adams get his first victory of the day. Paul Nicholson alongside me. At the start of that match in particular, he really raised his level, didn't he? Not quite able to maintain it, but it was certainly better. It
was better, and I think this whole scenario of playing in Group C, and indeed any group this week, it is about finding consistency. But the main thing, I suppose, for someone who hasn't quite got it, is that they're still having the opportunity to find it. And this is a learning program. Martin's played over 300 matches here, so he knows the ups and downs. But at this stage, maybe Jordan's just trying to figure out how this all works.
And you and Murph were mentioning in commentary that we've not really seen a player break away yet with a really superior average. It was the same actually in Group A on Monday, and it was Ryan Murray with a 102 average towards the back end of the session that really set the standard for that group. If there is going to be a player to do that today, who do you think it's going to be?
It's a really difficult call to see where that's coming from right now, but I suppose from a slightly different standpoint, when you look at how bunched up this group is so far, no one's really dominating it with massive amounts of form, so it's encouraging for everybody that they're still in this at the early stage. But if I had to put my finger on somebody, I'd probably have to say Peter Jacques at the minute. He just looks a bit more likely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got McGeeney up next, of course, one of the two players who hasn't yet picked up any points, up against Mustafejevs. Said it. There we go. We've got him there in action, a 62 checkout from him. And you mentioned quite a few times yesterday that those are the finishes that he was taking out consistently.
I think this week it's been more about a small smattering of big checkouts, especially for Daniel Closer, who only got one ton plus checkout all week. But these are the money finishes, the 56s, the 62s, the 76s. You take most of those, you're going to be cashing a lot of money, that's for sure, because they're the things that we should practice more than anything else. And
just a quick word on the Latvian. Of course, 1 out of 13 on the outer ring in his opening match of the day. It is really difficult, isn't it, to regroup ready for this one?
It is, but I think if you look at it the right way, which is don't put too much pressure on your debut match, just go up there and see how you feel. When you go up for your second match, it's all going to seem a bit more familiar and maybe will feel a little bit easier. This is a very tough game to call, but I'll be really interested to see how Janis performs now that he has that one-game experience.
Absolutely, and as someone who's played quite a bit against Michael Smith, I imagine he's seen a few doubles pinned against him in his time. Right then, let's get into this one. Murph, over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, the only two remaining pointless players in Group C about to do battle here as Mark McGeeney of Stockport faces Latvia's Janis Mustafejevs, the 50-year-old gladiator, former runner-up at the BDO World Championship. That was back in 2018. He's since been plying his trade on the PDC Tour, but has won and lost his card in that time. Going up against a man 20 years his junior, a debutant here at the Super Series, and a man who's looking to recover from that substandard start in that opening match, a 4-1 defeat to Jordan Brooks. One of the players will still be on nil point at the end of this contest. A pair of them having lost their opening games. Peter Jacques produced a much better performance to get the better of McGeeney
to throw first.
in the second match of the morning. But as we stated earlier on, in this shortened group in comparison to Group A, which Mark obviously played in, losing your first couple of games is a particular problem, especially when everybody else in the group will be off the mark.
Yeah, you just want to get off the mark and stay in the mix. I suppose when we talk about Tuesday in Group A, we call it moving day. It has a very different complexity to a two-day group. But as far as Group C is concerned, and Group B later on tonight, on day one, make sure that you're not out of it. Don't be losing 4 matches from 5 when it comes to the morning session. And tonight, we've seen people losing 4 out of 4. They're not out of it because of the fact that 3 people go through out of 5, but you don't want to be in the bottom half. You want to be in the top half in striking distance.
100.
And playing your first match tomorrow being at the top, if not in touching distance of a qualification spot.
Yeah, do join us tonight, by the way. 10 p.m. We are back on air live on Sporty Stuff TV. The opening encounter is that animated meeting, as it will be, between Robert Thornton and Rob Collins. And then we'll have Stephen Burton,
60.
a notorious winner in this format, against Greg Ritchie, who produced a stunning display in one of his games yesterday before Ryan Palmer makes his debut at the Super Series.
121.
I've got a point to make about Latvian dart players in a second, because maybe Janis sees Maras Razma's tactics as the right way to go.
85.
He does use the 19s a lot, which is something that Razma has become famous for.
We should use them now, and does, to great effect.
84.
That
Mark you required, 36.
Was an unfortunate collision.
Game shot on the first
and it's advantage Mark McGeeney in this one.
That's more like it. When you think about what he's done this week, I bring this up now.
Second leg, it's Janis to throw first.
Because his best performance of the week, McGeeney, was 93.94. And in that opening leg, 93.94. There you go.
60.
Were you actually waiting for him to be averaging exactly that before mentioning it?
Funny enough, no.
We almost had a moment of mystical magic yesterday, didn't we?
60.
When it was predicted that Daniel Closer would hit 113 checkout in the very last leg of the day, and he actually left 113 and missed a double for it.
So spooky.
93.
What are you predicting today, Mystic Murph?
Go on, I'll say that in the last leg of the day, Ryan Murray will hit
100.
44. The checkout. I don't just mean at any
okay.
point in the leg.
So he's going to have Motown, which is another darting term.
Correct.
77.
Ah, good one, yeah. Always enjoyable. The 4 tops for 44. Brimful for 45. I think we should make a few more up. Tweeting your suggestions at MSS Darts. You can tweet me at Chris
85.
Murphy 180 at the Asset 180 to get in touch with Paul Nicholson. Let's get a new glossary of tungsten
57.
terms born here at the Super Series.
There's a word I haven't heard since school. Glossary.
We'll have to
41.
put a bit of glossary on some of these performances. Oh, that was mean, wasn't it? Wrist slapped.
85.
Now, Mark will be buoyed by the fact that he started this match quite well. Based on the standard that
80.
we've seen today,
Janis, you require
you are going to win matches
129.
if you throw around a 17 dart standard. He started with a 16. And Janis
83.
missed the ball
Mark, you
for the
require
129.
135.
Oh, look, he's left 46.
Oh, we didn't get one for that. Did have in my ear 42 as the hitchhiker.
96.
Of course, famously
Janis,
from the
you require
Hitchhiker's Guide to the
46.
Galaxy, the meaning of everything, isn't it? Number 42.
That's a bit nerdy.
26.
I'll tell him you said
Mark,
that.
you require 39.
We'll think of some more. McGeeney is on double 16, only just. You'll always take only just.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he's only just 2-0 up now. So there you go. All's well that ends well.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and there's a rule, by the way, to this little feature that we're playing. If you are going to play along, there you see at MSS Darts, the
59.
handle to get in touch with, or me or Paul at our various social media as well. You can't just use bingo numbers. You can't just use the terms for that. You have to come up with something
82.
original.
Absolutely right. If you're going to attribute a number to Mark McGeeney being gladiator, what would it be?
80.
Just had one in my ear for the number 69 as well.
95.
It's not what you think. And Stefan producing all the big call. Stefan Everard, our master of everything here at the Super Series.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
140.
No, he said it could be the San Francisco
57.
69. Some of these are a bit niche, Stefan. You'll have to do better.
Yeah, yeah. If you leave 104, you could say that's the truck. 10-4.
Well, that's the maximum, and that's existed for a long time. Over.
Yeah, remember that time when Steve Farmer got 180
44.
and he had 180 and he bust the
42.
score and he gave it the whole honk honk. That was one of the funniest moments I've ever seen in the sport. Isn't moving.
10.
Personally, I like it when they leave the dentist. 230.
We're
23.
getting deep now.
Mark, you
That's
require
why we're asking you
32.
for the suggestions, because ours are rubbish.
Double 16 for McGeeney for his second
Game
16
shot on
darter
the
of the
third
match.
leg. Mark McGeeney.
And that's why he's averaging 86.71 so far. He's just better than Janis. Janis not
Fourth
able to
leg, it's
find
Janis to throw first.
anything
Game
in
on.
the scoring phase that is worrying his opponents. He's not getting any fortune
27.
as well as any accuracy, unfortunately.
Yeah, no luck. He's actually got worse in terms of standard from his first match, and that is worrying for Janis. Because we've been talking about the recent trend
95.
of lesser-known players turning up at the Super Series and wiping the floor with everybody. The early signs
94.
are that Mustafejevs could end up being the whipping boy for everybody.
He'll be hoping not. But one thing you've got to be in Mark's shoes right now is the person who is merciless.
135.
Do not feel sorry for your opponent when they're not playing their best. You take them out.
41.
Yeah, just not happening at all for the Latvian lobber.
Well, let's put it this way. If McGeeney wins this leg for 4-0, it will not only be our first 4-0 of the day, but it would definitely get
59.
McGeeney back into this group with a bit of a groove. He's currently sitting on 0 points and -2 after his first game, which he lost 4-2 to Jacques.
59.
But a 4-0 scoreline would get him to 2 points and +2 in leg difference. He would actually be second in the table.
Yeah, a big tungsten turnaround for the Gladiator. And the man who's sitting at top
100.
doesn't play for a couple of games, but he does play Janis, Peter Jacques. You would be expecting, based on what we've seen so far, him to make it 3 wins from 3.
60.
And
Mark
just
to
so we
require
are aware,
112.
and on point, it's Janis, not Janis. But oh my God, is it the end of the game?
80.
It could have been.
But he couldn't find a friend in double 16. Where's this come from?
100.
Even a
Mark
ton.
to
The first
require
start was
32.
good, but even a ton has been... In fact, is that his only ton? I think it is. Yeah, it is. It's his only score of 100 or more in this match.
Game, shots,
And that's the end of the match. That's all he will get. He did have 3 darts or double in the game, but McGeeney hit 4 out of his 9 and wipes the floor against Janis Mustafejevs. A 4-0 whitewash win, 85.89 the average. A disappointing display from the Latvian, who's enduring a difficult debut here at the Super Series and has an awful lot of work to do. But Mark McGeeney has liftoff. He's gone from the bottom of the table to second with 1 4-0 thumping. Coming next, Ryan Murray and Jordan Brooks will do battle, and one of them will leapfrog McGeeney into second spot.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney with a whitewash win to get his first 2 points of the day on the board. There you can see another disappointing performance from his Latvian opponent in that one. You feel it's a game he really needed to start motoring in this group. A clinical and convincing victory for him. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. As for Mustafejevs, not making a fantastic start to the day. We'll learn a lot about the Latvian and his character and resilience, though, to see how he can respond to that over the course of the day. Of course, another average, just 65 in that one. He had 3 attempts at double in that match, of course, missing 12 darts at double in his opening match as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds as today goes on. Next up then, we've got Ryan Murray back in action against our other debutant, Jordan Brooks. Murray will want to make a stronger start to this one than he did to his last match, of course, missing 8 darts at a double in the opening leg of that one, and he was noticeably frustrated after that. There we can see Ryan Murray in action yesterday against Greg Ritchie, winning the second leg of that match. No trouble on the outer ring in that one for him. So then, let's get into this one in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. And it is time for the meeting between Murray and Brooks for the right to put themselves in the provisional spots for qualification. It is still early stages, of course, in Group C, but whoever wins this match will move into the top 2. Peter Jacques already has 4 points. This pair have 2 apiece, along with Mark McGeeney and Martin Adams. Janis Mustafejevs has none, and to be honest, in his early performances, Paul, doesn't look like getting many, if any.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Janis. Not the best start, but the only way is up, as they say. Or at least Yaz said that. As far as Jordan's concerned, we can definitely assume that there is more in the tank.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
When you've had your first game, you should feel more comfortable in game 2. But as far as Jordan is concerned, he won't be happy that he's averaged in the high 70s in his first couple of games. He wants to put in a performance
78.
now. Something that he'll be proud of. Getting towards that 90 mark, which we know he can.
'83.
It's the voice of Charlie Corsafin, our lead referee here at the Super Series, overseeing proceedings.
45.
Where do you rank that nickname of Ryan Murray in the nickname charts? I know there's a lot of people out there who really like it.
Oh, it's up there, isn't it? I like the
60.
Innovation, the creativity of a nickname like that. It's not quite Frosty the Throwman, but it's certainly better than
85.
Chizzy.
Or Walshy.
Yeah. Yeah, or the worst one, and apologies if you're watching, but it just doesn't make any sense, is Steve West.
60.
Simply.
But it's simply the, isn't it? But then doesn't walk out to that song.
180.
It would work. Simply, I think his nickname should simply be Go.
Not John.
100. Ryan, you require 113. $41.
For once, Paul Nicholson's left me speechless.
$94. Ryan, you require 72. Game shot in the first leg. Ryan Murray.
Ryan Murray taking out 72.
Second leg, it's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Generally, darts callers and referees have nicknames as well. Do you know if Charlie Corsafine's got one?
I don't think he does he?
140.
Well, George Noble was once called the puppy, and obviously Kirk Bevins is the Kirkulator.
70.
Yeah.
Hugh Ware is what when?
Yeah, he's also been called Houdini, I believe.
Ooh, I like that.
They call many other things as well, but we won't go into that.
100.
What was Paul Hinks's nickname? I'm sure he had one when he was doing European tour events, and Elmar Polka from Germany used to call him something.
140.
Was it Paul? Hinksy. He's a very out of that mould, isn't he, Paul Hinks? The cheesy type mould.
Very much so. So what's Charlie's?
And then we've got Owen
123.
Deputy Binks.
Owen Binks has got more nicknames than Apollo Creed.
140. Jordan, you require 138.
Well, here comes the Sheriff. Looking to get himself level on double 12.
126. Ryan, you require 151.
Not that he went the right way for the 138, though. Matter of debate.
Well, it's right if it works.
46.
Absolutely
Jordan,
right.
you require 12.
Who cares as long as you get the right amount of points? That will be a little bit awkward for the left-eye dominant Jordan. Double 3. Nothing in the way this time. Has to somewhat traverse the oche a bit to find the sweet spot.
6. Ryan, you require 105.
Can't find double bottom.
Logically makes a lot of sense calling it that.
Can Murray find double top?
85.
There's a lot of tungsten
Jordan,
there,
you
isn't there?
require
A lot of
6.
dart, a lot of stem, and a lot of flight. I'm surprised he went that route.
Yeah, 84 grams of tungsten. Oh, Jordan doesn't find the hoop there.
No score. Ryan, you required
So
20.
double 10 to double his lead, perhaps with a little bit of fortune and a huge helping hand from his opponent.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
exactly
Ryan Murray.
what Muzza does.
This is exactly what he wants.
Third leg, it's Ryan
Even when
to
you're
throw
not playing your
first.
best, you
Game
do
on.
sometimes hope that your opponent misses a few doubles and makes it easier for you. It doesn't happen very often.
Can't believe we didn't mention Russ Bray. Of course, the voice.
134.
I'm not sure if you go back a little bit further. And I'd love to give some great referees there mention.
137.
I was a big fan of Stevie Nicholas. He used to do Lakeside. Fabulous referee. Ended up emigrating to Australia. Didn't do much in the way
97.
of darts stuff out there. But Freddie Williams, PDC great. Bruce Spendley, the great late Bruce Spendley, who we lost in the last 12 or so months.
93.
He didn't really have a nickname, but he was so great he didn't need one.
$30.
Has Nick Rawls got a nickname? He's worked with us a little bit this year, hasn't he?
Sausage.
100.
I finished him off.
81.
Ryan
65.
should not be leaving 159. Jordan will have a chance to get himself into this match.
79. Jordan, you require 106.
79's a lovely number. It was the year I was born. But 106 is even better. Double 16.
Game
Beautifully
shot on the
done.
third
Not in the
leg.
middle, but he doesn't
Jordan
care.
Brooks.
Gets himself in the match. And when you're not playing your optimum stuff, the kind of thing that really gets you moving in the right direction
Fourth
is a
leg,
shot
it's
like
Jordan
that.
to throw
Yeah,
first.
very nice
Game on.
indeed. to halve the deficit with a break to boot for Brooks. This is game 7 of the day's action.
100.
Coming next, it will be Peter Jacques against Janis Mustafejevs, one man unbeaten. The other
134.
without a win.
Interesting that Jordan has chosen to go for the pretty nondescript black polo today, because when he was at Lakeside, he had a very interesting taupe-coloured dart shirt, which was a bit of a thing.
118.
But there are people who don't like to wear their full regalia when they come with us. I'd like to save their best stuff, maybe for
100.
a Saturday night. And Jordan's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make it to Saturday night here. Top 2, remember, in Group C. We've had our estimates so far this morning as to what you might need
83.
points-wise to get there. I think a minimum of 12 points and a very healthy leg difference will get you there. 14, a lot safer. 16,
85.
pretty guaranteed. You see, Jordan is throwing from the right-hand side of the hockey, but being a left-eye dominant player, he's a lot closer to the centre than you think.
100.
Yeah, it's a strange technique. You mentioned Bobby George earlier, the obvious one. Even Phil Taylor to an extent. But it just
92. Jordan, you require
looks
100.
like so much could go wrong, actually, for those pair. So much went right.
Well, you look at the forearm right there of Jordan. Because he's left-eye dominant, he has to have his forearm, instead of it being vertical, it has to be on an
84.
angle.
Ryan, you require 90.
Because you can't have the right elbow in line with the left eye. It's just too awkward.
25 ball now. Can't find the former, so doesn't get a go at the latter.
I'll tell you another player who's
50.
left-eye dominant and right-handed and doing
Jordan,
pretty
you
well right now.
require
That's Martin
60.
Lukeman.
Yeah,
Beat
good
James
spot.
Wade 2 nights ago.
Playing tonight. Lukeman in
Game
Leicester.
shot on the 4th leg. Jordan
But
Brooks.
Brooks here in Portsmouth, levelling the match, having trailed it by 2 legs.
It's a better standard as well. It's a good game,
5th leg,
this.
it's Ryan to throw first.
Now
Game
you
on.
see, there's not a great deal between them. Only the one maximum so far, but this is more of that 17 dart standard that I was talking about a bit earlier.
58.
It is going to get you in a position to win a match so far from what we've seen. But if you can just up that to around about 16 darts per leg, you're going to do more of what Daniel Closer did earlier in the week.
99.
It was Daniel that started the conversation about nicknames, wasn't it? Because I was very unhappy with Dan the Man.
Not good enough. Need something new.
140.
Call him the tourist. That's what he is today.
Well, he's certainly clinical Closer. In Group A, he's the man that's already
41.
through to finals night on Saturday. And as we've been saying, you can be there. Dartshop.tv, the place to go to seal your ticket. And the best part,
139.
absolutely free.
You don't get much for free these days. When you consider that there are a lot of people out there who could realistically say, I've never seen Martin Adams play. I've never seen Robert Thornton play. We can't guarantee that you're going to see them on Saturday night, but
140.
if you register yourself for a
Ryan, you
ticket, there's
require
every likelihood you will see them.
164.
Well, at least one of them.
You might see shots like this.
140.
In fact, you'll definitely see shots like that.
I'd be flabbergasted if we've got no 140s on Saturday night.
Been so solid in this match from
100.
Jordan Brooks, so
Ryan,
straight.
you require 24.
The amount of tons he's been hitting in the game.
Yeah, very
Game
good
shot on
indeed.
the 5th leg.
Just like that double 12 from Ryan Murray. I did say in a previous match that Jordan was struggling with
6th
his
leg,
line.
it's Jordan to throw first.
Has he fixed it? I
Game
know he's
on.
3-2 down, but that 11 next to ton plus scores is fabulous. for 5 legs of darts.
Well, maybe part of the story is that he's not converting them into a little bit more where Murray is.
Yeah, maybe.
100.
Well, there's another one. That was a great last dart. Almost like a messy free kick, that one, hitting the back of the net. But one of the things that you have to have in your locker when you come here is that if you have a bad start and you can figure out what's going wrong, putting it right in the middle of the day, if you can do that, you are going to improve. Don't just constantly hammer the dartboard,
97.
make mistakes, and expect things to just iron themselves out. It doesn't work that way.
We're around the halfway stage of this afternoon's action here.
93.
And this potentially pivotal meeting, as I mentioned at the start of it. It's only early, but this pair will have played 3 of 10 matches in total after this, and one of them will be in the provisional place to qualify for Saturday night.
140.
You'd rather be the one being chased than the one doing the chasing.
Absolutely. Well, this is the best game of the day so far. And you just sense that this could send a message to the rest of the field as if to
Jordan,
say,
you
if you don't play at this standard now,
164.
you're going to be left behind. Jordan's averaging 92. And he might need this. After what you said earlier, does he go for this or does he lay up?
Well, the stats say he should lay up. His decision was to go for it because the stats
83.
say that it's very unlikely
Ryan
for any player to take out 158.
You might hit 158 2% of the time. So 2 shots from 100 attempts.
48.
It's like holding a
Jordan, you require
45 to
81.
50 foot putt.
Well, this is interesting. On these shots, well, he should have been having a dart at the ball, and that was the intention, but he, I assume, was
41.
going aggressively towards the treble 12,
Ryan, you
and that
require
caused him finding the
110.
skinny 5.
This one's a bit easier than 158. And it is double top.
70. Jordan, you require 40.
And tops now for Jordan after surviving a match dart from his Scottish opponent.
Full focus, eyes
Game
piercing
on
the
the
board.
flag. Jordan
And the
Brooks.
point piercing the double top for a last leg decider in this brilliant battle. Best game we've seen by
7th and
far
final
so
leg. It's
far
Ryan
today.
to throw
Yeah,
first.
a bit of a Bruce
Game on.
Forsyth, this one. A good game.
$57.
First time we've gone the distance today. And maybe these two have got a bit of game chemistry. They know how to bounce off each other. Sometimes when you're playing a player, it's difficult to
100.
get up for it. I know it should be easy to get up for every match, but some players just give you nothing back. It's like playing a computer game.
68.
I mean, even when Ryan Murray was playing against Daniel Closer yesterday morning, he was playing arguably his best game of this week, and he ended up losing because Daniel was on another level.
97.
He was almost level 11 on a level 10 game.
Well, it's all about one leg in this match.
100.
It's probably all about who maintains the standard than who can elevate themselves.
They've had similar seasons, haven't they, away from the Super Series? They've made the last 4, and indeed with Ryan, he's made the
60.
final of a ranking event, but they haven't won one. There's no substitute for winning and being the last person
100.
standing.
I don't know how much of the coverage these players watch, is available to re-watch on YouTube at the end of sessions. Some players certainly watch their own games back. But I wonder if Murray might feel, if he's been listening to our analysis and commentary, that he might have a point to prove, because he was a player who finished 4th in Group A, yet we were all pumping
41.
for Adams and Jacques to come through this group.
Yeah, absolutely fair to say that. And for anybody who does watch their stuff back, what we're telling
40.
over the microphones are points that you can work with. I'm a darts coach. Murph watches a lot of darts around the world. We say things that are constructive. We're not, you know, a trashy newspaper saying
59.
stuff just for the sake of
Ryan,
it.
you require
We're trying to
136.
educate the audience, paint the picture, and also help the players if they do watch it back.
Yeah, what you should have done there, Ryan, is hit another treble 20. See, constructive.
82. Jordan, you require 144.
Pick your treble, Jordan. You've got loads of options. Never really misses out on the 60, which he would have needed another one, of course. But I think this game deserves this climax.
Ryan,
it's been really close
54.
all the way through.
It's 2 darts at double for Ryan Murray, or 3 darts at double for Jordan Brooks. That looks so inviting.
34.
But he can't use it, and Brooks
Jordan,
does get 3 for the win.
16.
I don't think he thought he was coming back. A little bit of positive reinforcement there for Jordan before he goes for double 8.
Game,
and it
shot,
worked.
And the match.
He needed only
Jordan
one
Brooks.
to get the result, but unfortunately for Ryan Murray, it is defeat, and he will stay on 2 points in the table. However, Brooks, with that 88.54 average and 40% on the doubles, with that high out of the game of 106, he will go to 4, and he will go to +2 in leg difference as well, narrowly behind Peter Jacques, who has got a match in hand. And that match in hand is coming after this short break against Latvia's Janis Mustafejevs.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Super Series here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Jordan Brooks come through a last leg decider to get his second victory of the day, beating Ryan Murray 4-3 in that one, capitalising on Murray's missed darts in the deciding leg. A really evenly matched contest, that one. Brooks with the only 10+ checkout in that match, and it's actually the only 10+ checkout of the day so far, that 106. Really good finishing from the debutant in that one. 40%, 4 out of 10. As for Ryan Murray, 3 out of 7 in that one. His second defeat of the day. Real disappointment for him in that one. Next up then, we've got the man who's unbeaten so far today in Peter Jacques, up against the man looking for his first win of the day and, of course, his first win in the Super Series. Debutant Mustafejevs in this one. It's fair to say that the Latvian hasn't really produced his best so far today. We've talked about the standard of darts across the board being quite even so far today, and it is Jacques who's maybe been the best performer of the 6 players so far. Not what you want to hear if you are the Latvian looking to settle into the Super Series. So then, let's see if he can pick up his first victory of the day in this one, in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, I think we would all agree that we haven't seen the best of Janis Mustafejevs just yet. We're not sure what to expect in terms of his performance level, but I would have expected more than we've seen so far and still do expect him to improve. He has averaged regularly in the 80s in the stuff that he's played on the PDC, Nordic and Baltic Tour, and indeed in European Tour qualifiers as well. Although he has got a low basement as well in his level, a really big range of potential performances. And hopefully we've seen the worst and the best is yet to come. But certainly we've seen good stuff from Peter Jacques so far today.
Game on.
The best performance of the day was his 4-2 win against McGeeney. The best match of the day was the match that we've just witnessed between Brooks and Murray, which the latter won 4-3.
That was pretty good. And I suppose for the dramatic element of a good match, you do need a few misses in there. And unfortunately for Ryan Murray, they came from him.
24.
Yeah, and that does mean that it is Jordan Brooks who has now tied on 4 points with this man, Peter Jacques, but he has this game in hand and can make it a perfect start
59
to Group C, the Terrier.
You know what, there may be some people out there who think that just because Janis has averaged in the 60s in his 2 games so far,
41,
that maybe that's just the kind of player he is. If you cast your mind back just a few years ago to someone by the name of Martin Schindler, when he started playing in qualification tournaments for European events, and we knew he was a steward
85
at the European Tour events as well, we all thought that maybe his qualification was a bit of a novelty. Look where he is now, playing the likes of Gerwin Price at the World Grand Prix and
42,
constantly improving. The career of Janis is very young. This is a big opportunity for him
45
to gain valuable
PC
experience.
120.
And if he plays the way I think he should, by just removing all of the pressure, he's going to be learning at an alarming rate.
Yeah, very good example. Very good point. Peter Jacques at the opposite end of the scale.
44.
In terms of where his career
PC
is
requires 60.
Though he did rock up on the Pro Tour when he won a tour card. He reached the final, I think, of his second ever event. First
Game
event.
shot on the first leg.
And he wins
Peter
the first leg.
Jacques.
Do you know why I know that?
This one.
Beat me in the first round. Nobody knew who he was,
Second leg,
apart
it's
from the
Janis
local
to throw
Yorkshire people.
first.
Yeah, was it Alan Norris who played in the final?
Yeah, I believe it was, yeah. Everybody knew who Peter Jacques was after that. He couldn't go under the radar
100.
anymore. Yeah, his under the radar career lasted a day.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it?
100.
Well, we did pick him out as a potential man to beat in this group, and he's certainly living up to that billing so far.
100.
It's quite a forceful action that Janis has. Brings that dart quite far back, engaging the bicep element, which is something that most great players don't
60.
do. But what he lacks in that department, he makes up for in ferocity, throwing it forward. Look at this.
60.
That is a proper hike.
You know, we had the remarkable situation in Group A, didn't we, yesterday, where one player had a positive leg difference and everybody else had a negative one. If Ryan Murray had won that last leg against Jordan Brooks in the previous
95.
match, one player would have had a negative leg difference and everybody else would have had a positive one.
There you go. The patterns that you see when you sit in these chairs.
57.
Do you think it's quite complimentary to Maras Rasma as well? And I hate to keep bringing him up, but it's very appropriate with what I'm about to say. But the equipment selection of
100.
Janis Mustafejevs is very similar to that of Maras Rasma. He's got the same sort of flights. Maybe the stem is a little bit longer, but the barrel's not that
44.
dissimilar as well.
PC require
It's almost like
146.
Maras may be his muse.
Yeah, you see it to be it, don't you? There has to be tungsten trailblazers in different parts of the world.
Janis require 140.
He's not the only person who's trying to back up that figurehead. Think about Mindy Barauskas. I call him Mindy.
44.
It's Mindaugas
PC require 51.
Barauskas in Lithuania, trying to back up Darius Labanauskas, of course. But it's Jacques looking to back up leg one.
Game
And
shot.
does a very good job of it in 18
Peter
darts.
Jacques.
So things are going the same sort of way for Janis as they did against Mark McGeeney.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw
A
first.
little bit
Game
earlier on in the session where he lost 4 legs to 0. And Peter, like Mark, is looking pretty merciless and ruthless.
123.
Yeah, Janis won his first leg of the day, actually, against Jordan Brooks. So he's now on a losing leg streak of 10.
58.
Do you know what the record is for leg streak losses?
Are you going to tell me, or are you going to get me to flick through my
I'm getting you to
Super
flick through.
Series almanac?
60.
I'm delegating this one.
Well, leave it with me.
I don't want you to think that you're my deputy.
I'm nobody's
90.
deputy.
Peter could be the
100.
chief in this one. He's just plodding along at a very tidy 87 average. Again, it's around that 17 dart mark, which is
121.
where you want to be. And maybe the key to Janis having a little bit more success on the inner ring is utilising those 19s. It's exactly what he's just done. And maybe
98.
it would be good for him to stay down there for a little while.
I've got the answer for you, Paul. It's a three-way tie for the unwanted record of most consecutive legs lost in the
24.
history of the Super
PC
Series. Josh
require
Richardson,
120.
Bradley Kirk and Aaron Monk have all lost 19 on the spin. And it is possible that could go today. Peter Jacques
Game
makes
shot
it
on
even
the
more
third
likely
leg.
because that's
Peter
11 now
Jacques.
lost in a row for Janis.
The number is 50. The amount of darts that Peter
Fourth
has
leg, it's
taken to
Janis to
take
throw
this lead by
first.
3 legs to 0.
Game on.
A very tidy time of it on the outer ring as well for Peter. There is the proof of it. 4 chances, 3
57.
takes. Yeah, you take that every time.
Janis did have 3 darts at double against Mark McGeeney. He actually had 13
45.
darts at double in that match against Jordan Brooks.
40.
But none in this one. And might not get any.
Yeah, it's not looking good at the minute. His leg difference is
100.
plummeting as well. And what did we say about Thursdays? You don't want to be out of the running at the end of the first day. If you were to lose all 5 games
56.
in Group C on Thursday morning and afternoon, I hate to say it, but you're out of it. And tomorrow becomes a free day where you can act as the spoiler for everybody else's chances.
55.
Yeah, if Wednesday's moving day here at the Tuesday's moving day rather at the Super Series, what do we categorise Thursday as?
26.
Get cracking day.
It's a first chance for some, isn't it? But the start of a second chance for many others. Cannot afford to be caught cold in these shorter
83.
distance groups.
Well, Peter's not doing anything spectacular, even though his doubling success could be categorised as that.
140.
That's much better from Janis. Really forceful in trying to gather those 3 darts together.
We hit his only maximum of the day, didn't he, in his very second visit.
134.
Peter's just picking him apart. Timing is 2 treble visits very, very well, but all of a sudden, there it is.
180.
You won't see a better 180 than that.
84.
Madness to leave the madhouse. Hasn't had a dart double in the match, but he's left on double 1. Has that ever happened before?
72. Janis, you require
Well, we
2.
have a saying in darts. You left it.
No score.
That's the peril.
Peter, you require 12.
Well, it was entertaining. But ultimately,
Game, shots,
it's another
and the
defeat.
match. Peter Jacques.
For a legless Janis Mustafejevs, who loses 4-0 to Peter Jacques. A second successive whitewash loss for him, and it is not looking good for the Latvian, who produced that maverick maximum to leave double 1, but then missed it. His only dart double in the match, and Peter Jacques said thank you very much and cleaned up to maintain a perfect day at the Super Series so far. Coming up next is a repeat of plenty of tungsten tussle when Martin Adams meets Mark McGeeney in a clash of former Lakeside finalists.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Peter Jacques has just maintained his perfect start to the day, winning his 3rd match of 3 and condemning Mustafejevs to his second whitewash defeat of the day. Another average in the mid-60s for the Latvian in that one. It's turning out to be quite a brutal day here at the Super Series for him. As you can see there, just one attempt at the double. He actually actually scored his first 180 at a rather questionable time in that match to leave himself on double one. He came inside and Jacques mopped up to condemn Mustafejevs to that second whitewash defeat, as I just mentioned. So next up then, it is Martin Adams against Mark McGeeney. They've both won one and lost one so far today. Of course, they met in the BDO World Championships in 2018, and it was McGeeney who came through in that one. Neither of them have been at their best today. They've both shown glimpses, but the question is, can they bring the best out of each other in this match? Lads, what do you think?
Well, let's hope so. We haven't seen the best, I don't think, of anyone yet. The best we have seen is from Peter Jacques so far. I don't think there's much doubt about that, and that's why he's top of the table without losing a match. We've seen possibly the worst of Janis Mustafejevs, although he's staying around that mid-60 average and not showing any signs of improving it so far. But I think, aside from him, the other 5 players in the field can all produce an awful lot better, particularly the man in shot now, Martin Adams. We know what he's capable of, what he's done before at the Super Series. And as Abby rightly said, Mark McGeeney famously beat Adams in 2018 at the Lakeside when he went on to reach a final,
First
losing
leg,
out
it's
to
Martin
Glenn
to throw
Durrant,
first.
our colleague here at the Super Series last week. It's a bit of a game for the ages, this one. But Martin Adams will throw first and throws well.
We don't mind a game for the ages.
140.
And we could be sitting here for a long, long time talking about Martin's career and what he's done in which tournaments. One of the reasons why
41.
he is a great of the sport is longevity, because he's been around since the mid-90s at the top level. He's won a ridiculous amount of titles, and most of them more than once. But here's one for you. And I've been saving this one. We talked earlier in the week about
100.
how incredible it was that Mark McGeeney won the Dutch Open not once but twice. Defending the title as well. A gargantuan effort. But if there is a way you can raise the stakes in that,
100.
Martin Adams is the one you have to bring up, because he's won the Dutch Open 4 times and he's defended it twice.
Yeah, some feat. Their famous
60.
match was that one at the BDO World Championship as it was then. That was a incredible tournament. If you cast your mind back to 2018, it was the one where all 4 of the quarterfinals went the full 9 sets. McGeeney
135.
getting the better of Wayne Warren, who would go on to be a world champion a couple of years later. The final itself, that 7-6 defeat to Duzza. But on the way, interestingly, if you look at Mark McGeeney's run, he also beat
26.
Danny Noppert
Martin, you require
after beating
86.
Adams in the first round.
That takes on a bit of weight these days, doesn't it? Don't have to wait too long for a first leg win for Martin. Potentially.
Game
And
shot.
there it is, a 15-dot start for
Martin
Wolfie.
Adams.
Know the game I remember the most about that Lakeside?
Go on.
It was Scott Waits against Andy Bartons in the quarters. And I remember
Second
Andy
leg,
doing
it's
his
Mark to
interview
throw
afterwards after
first.
losing
Game on.
in tears. Somewhat cruel interview, but it painted a picture of somebody who had just had their heart snapped in 2.
Yeah. Well, Jim Williams was on the wrong end of a 4-5 classic against
121.
Duzza as well, wasn't he? McGeeney beating Warren, Unterbuchner beating Vainstra that year. Interestingly, though, Jim Williams in the previous round beat Conan Whitehead. And he has been in touch today, Conan, asking about your analysis, Paul. He says that while you say that Mustafejevs throws hard, he thinks he throws harder. What say you?
Well, Conan, here's my reply. You don't have to think that you throw harder
83.
than Janis. You do. You think I'm going to argue with you? You're bigger than I, and you're better than me. And let's face facts. You don't argue with a barbarian.
You can't argue with these darts at the moment because that's 5 in the treble 20.
140.
And if anybody is going to get us off our seats and excited about the prospect of a perfect leg, then it's Martin Adams.
Well, we have to say this at this juncture. because when we were at home during 2020, he hit a 9-darter. When we were in Southampton,
85.
he hit a 9-darter. New venue. Come on, Martin. You got to get the third one, but not yet.
Yeah, he's done so much in his career, but there are still worlds to conquer.
83.
If we lived in a Marvel comic, maybe we'd send Martin Adams to a different realm to defend Earth against the Asgardians
81.
in a game of darts.
Martin, you require 98.
But maybe you could send Gladiator as well. It's not a bad show. And the Barbarian.
Double 18.
Game shot on the second leg. Martin Adams.
Well, it's Wolfie Reen that's winning this one.
Third
He's
leg.
definitely
It's
the Wolf
Martin
of Wall
to throw
Street right now because
first.
he's cashing in on what is a
Game
very
on.
affluent couple of legs.
Well, we mentioned the 9 darters that Martin's hit. I think it's about time we just did the roll call of honour once again. We've only had one at this venue so far. That came from
60.
Conor Heenan, and he's actually hit a couple this year. One in Southampton as well. Colin Osborne hit one last year. Danny Van Tripe hit his first ever career 9-darter earlier this year. Graham Usher also on the 2022 list
45.
of perfect legs. But before that, 2 for Adams, 2 for James Richardson, 1 against his own son, and 1 against Richie Burnett, who hit the other.
Yeah, the Richie Burnett one was preceded by an effort by Richie to hit the 9-darter to win a week. And he missed the double 18 for it. That would have been wild.
Yeah, so 10 perfect legs so far, along with 18
60.
missed doubles for 9 darters, including the one you just mentioned.
The hit rate's not too bad then. When they're getting to the final double, they're hitting it more than missing it. Is that right? Or is it run about 1/3 of the
60.
time, is it, considering the total? So it's 28.
Yeah, 10 hits out of 28 attempts.
Yeah, so it's roughly 1 in 3, isn't it? That's not bad.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where you would expect it to be based on
100.
the doubles percentage of all of the games we've ever had.
To paraphrase an old Meatloaf classic, 1 out of 3 ain't bad.
$66.
Well, I'm not sure Martin Adams would agree there, because it was only 1 out of 3 for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. If you're going to get 1 out of 3, you want the other 2 to be in the single, at least.
Still in a good position, though, in the match.
60.
Martin is averaging 100. Are we starting to see that afternoon tailing off from Mark McGeeney? If we are, he could be in a bit of bother.
He's playing a bit more like a broken toasty right now. He's cheesed off.
100.
And also, I'm not saying this with any disrespect meant to Janis Mustafejevs, but he's already played him. Now, the time that you want to play him, if you have got this habit of lowering your level as the day goes on, is right
Martin,
at the end of the day, because you think you might still get the points.
And the problem he's got against Martin is that Wolfie's really playing well. This is his worst leg of the match so far. He'd still win it.
69.
And almost did on the ball.
Mark, you require
Yeah, it was just the
136.
Width of that wire away from finding the red bit. But he will return to mop up the remaining 25. We know which way he'll go. Old Wolf, no new tricks will be taught. It will be 9.
Martin, you require 25.
And double 8.
It's usually at this moment he goes for a big 1.
There are some players that are more predictable
Game
than
shot on the
others.
third leg. Martin
That's true.
Adams.
Predictable brilliance there from Martin. It's only a 20-dart hold of throw right there.
Fourth leg, it's
it does
Martin
give him a
throw
3-0
first.
lead.
Game
His
on.
average is still in the mid-90s.
Yeah, Adams started his day with a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Ryan Murray, but got the better of Jordan Brooks in his second match. So has turned things around
60.
pretty well.
It's not as if Mark is throwing the darts poorly, but he's just not registering the targets, proving the point that This is a game of millimetres.
60.
It's very, very difficult to master.
Yeah, 20-point difference in the averages between the pair.
Now look at the range he's got on this 60 here. He's constantly getting the line right.
60.
And he's hit that small 20 a lot over the last 3 days.
We just saw Janis Mustafejevs lose a game only having one dart at double in the entire match.
123.
And that was because he hit a 180 and then missed double one in the last leg. We could see Mark McGeeney lose without having a dart at double here.
It wouldn't surprise me if somebody was to say that that was the first game ever recorded
60.
where someone's had one dart at a double in the match and it was only double one.
Yeah.
That is so unusual.
This is not unusual for Martin Adams.
180.
Oh, it's the Tom Jones shot. It's not unusual.
Well, the 138 has a name in darts. But you know what? We're just not going to bother saying it.
55. Martin, you require 138.
The best 138 I've ever seen. I shouldn't finish that sentence, should I?
Go on.
I saw a 138 by James Wade to beat Phil Taylor in the Premier League on double nine. What a shot that
100.
was. 100. But with all due respect, it still wasn't as good as 83.
Well, it's just the 38 bit that Adams needs to inflict a whitewash whipping on Mark McGeeney without
46.
allowing his
Martin,
opponent
you
a dart
require
at double in the
38.
entire match.
I wouldn't be surprised if he split that one, but he's decided to
Game,
stay with
shot,
it.
And
he's the
match.
chief.
Martin
4
Adams.
legs to nil for the 3rd time in 4 matches. So the middle portion is seeing players dominate their opponents. The average in that one for Martin is very, very good indeed. 98.56 with an excellent checkered percentage. If you didn't think that Wolfie was going to be one of the favourites in this group, you were wrong. He has just put in the best performance of the day so far. And for his games coming up, he's got Janis Mustafejevs in game number 12, and he will play Peter Jacques. Interesting game that in game 14. That could be the battle of the leaders. But as far as the next one's concerned, it will be the start of round 4. And that's Jordan Brooks up against Peter Jacques, who is currently at the top of the table, undefeated on 6 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Martin Adams with a whitewash victory over Mark McGeeney. By far the best performance from any player today, an average just shy of 99 in that match from him. Two players with contrasting days so far, really. McGeeney starting well and just dipping off a bit towards the back end of the day, as we've seen from him in Group A already, an average below 70 from him in that match. And Martin's really starting the day slowly and now really upping his level towards the back end of the day. As you can see, 57% on the outer ring in that one. Highest checkout of 98 and two 180s in there as well from Adams. A really clinical display from him. And just a word as well on his walk-on music being played after his victories here at the Super Series. He's really enjoying that little touch. Looked happier, actually, when his walk-on music was played at the end of that game than he did when he pinned the winning double. So take from that what you will. Up next, we have got debutant Jordan Brooks against Peter Jacques. Jacques, up until that last match, was probably the player who'd delivered the better performances so far. He's certainly been the most consistent performer of the day, I think it's fair to say. Brooks also throw in some impressive darts so far. Of course, one of only two players to hit a ton plus checkout so far today in the start, of course, of Group C. So let's find out then how this one goes in the company of our commentary team.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. And this could be a really significant game, because if Jordan Brooks can be the first player to inflict defeat on Peter Jacques at the end of it, he will be level on 6 points at the top of the table, with Martin Adams clinging to the coattails of the pair on 4. But if Jacques wins it, then he puts 4 points between himself and Brooks and Adams, and really looks in a very strong position to qualify come the end of tomorrow's session.
Yes, very fair to say it. And I suppose we have to reinforce the fact that Adams and the likes of McGeeney and Murray have still got a game in hand, as has Janis Mustafejevs, who's still trying to get off the mark. But this is a big game. They've won 10 points accumulatively
First
so
leg,
far
it's
today,
Jordan
so
to throw
not
first.
that bad.
Game on.
In the words of a famous Welshman called Spike, not at all bad.
Yeah, I should correct myself, actually. I was looking at Janis's averages earlier on for the Nordic and Baltic thing. I was looking at the high averages rather than the mean averages, and actually he is around that 60-70 mark quite a lot in those events as well.
97.
In fact, more often than not. So while he's not playing to his best, he's not playing
55.
to his worst either. And I think we are seeing a golfing class between the other 5 and Mustafejevs so far. We will see him in action again. And look, in this format, you do get the opportunity to put a run of legs together, and it can all look very different.
So what I'm going to say at this point is really important.
100.
There's no pressure on Janis, because if he feels that this is a very stiff test and he's not thinking that getting multiple wins in this group is that likely.
43.
What kind of pressure is there on the more likely candidates to put him to the sword? The results against him then take on huge significance in like difference, don't they? Because if you think about McGeeney beating him 4-0 and Peter Jacques beating him 4-0, Martin's still got to play him, as is Ryan Murray. So they're actually under pressure to do the same. Yeah,
we mentioned that unwanted record that could yet happen. He's lost 12 on the spin now, hasn't he, in legs?
60.
And 19 is the record. Could get to 20 today if he loses 4-0 again twice. But the players that are there, they're not players that, you know, have just been whipping boys constantly. They're players that have won groups in the past, got to finals nights.
Yeah, Aaron Monk has played for his country
94.
in the last 12 months, and Aaron is one of the most successful players here. He just had a bad run.
Yeah, Josh Richardson likewise.
41.
And you think about
Jordan, you
the
require
personal best average
110.
of Josh Richardson's way north of 110. Just goes to show that this sport is played by human beings, not
Game
robots.
shot on the first leg.
But there is another
Jordan
ton plus
Brooks.
check out from Jordan. He had a 106 earlier. Nice start to this one.
Well, interestingly, Aaron Monk, who you
Second leg,
mentioned, he's
it's Pete's
actually
to
in the
throw
top
first.
10
Game on.
for most consecutive legs won the complete other side of that. He won 12 in a row. Top of that list is Graham Usher, 16.
100.
2 more than joint second, Connor Scott, Mike Warburton, and Fallon Sherrock.
Oh, there you go. I suppose the biggest one of those that you've just mentioned
140.
it proves how up and down Aaron Monk can be. That's why he's such an infuriating talent. I had a little word with Peter Jacques this morning
95.
about you, Murph. Because yesterday he said it was a battle of the roses yesterday between McGeeney
Or by
and
accident,
Jacques.
yes. I did correct myself before anyone starts.
I did tell him that. But this one is a battle of Lancashire and Yorkshire.
77.
Because we know that Fleetwood is in Lancashire.
Yeah, good spot. I wonder if that gives Peter Jacques any extra incentive, that little
60.
roses battle. He does sport that white rose on his shirt quite prominently.
Yes, he does. And many a Yorkshire player down here, haven't we? Martin Turner. John Walton.
140.
Yeah, Yorkshire seems to be a county where we tend to have one real flag bearer at any given time. It's never really been the case, certainly in the last couple of decades, where you have a cluster
Jordan,
of
you
players like you do
require
from some areas all doing
144.
well. Right now it's Joe Cullen, obviously. Was Dennis Priestley.
Darren Johnson's not playing some bad darts at the minute. He's had a really good season. But you're absolutely right. It's 2022 is Cullen's time. Winner of the Masters, the Hungarian
82.
Darts Trophy,
Peter, you require
and multiple
106.
PDC ranking events on the floor as well.
Yeah, talking Lakeside, then Scott Waits' name has to be mentioned as well. Also a winner of the Grand Slam.
50.
Best
Jordan,
time
you
of year to be a
require
darts fan, isn't it?
62.
Oh yeah,
Late autumn and winter.
this is 3 months of Christmas now, isn't it, for darts fans? Although we're bringing 12 months of Christmas here at the Super Series.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Missed single there from Jordan, but you say it's 3 months of Christmas. I'm going to have to say yes, because yesterday I saw my first Christmas tree
30. Peter, you
on
require
October the
56.
5th. If you're responsible, I don't have any words for you. Double top.
Put the
Game
star
shot
in.
on the second leg. Peter Jacques.
Peter Jacques finishing off the decorations and levelling up the match at 1-1.
Third leg.
It's
It's
got a very
Jordan to throw
Christmassy look to
first.
the dartboard, hasn't it? Bit
Game
of
on.
red, bit of green. But then again, what is Christmas without darts?
Yeah,
It would be very sad without it.
yeah, absolutely. It's found a
100.
home, hasn't it, the World Championship over Christmas.
Yeah, there's only 2 sports you can watch at Christmas. If you ask me, American football and darts, 2 of my
140.
ultimate favourites. I do believe our esteemed colleague Dan Dawson was at the baseball in Texas in the last couple of days, and he witnessed
55.
that record home run shot. Yeah, historic times in Major League Baseball.
100.
Yeah, that's an interesting sport that he's out there to cover, isn't it? Chase tag.
Yeah, it's very exciting to watch. You've got to
81.
be really athletic to do that, otherwise you can get seriously injured.
Anything with Dan Dawson commentating is exciting to watch. Just his company away from the microphone, that's the problem.
60.
Things have slowed down in this game. Jordan averaging 92. Peter at 76 and change. And considering what we've seen from him today, that is a regression. Although he did win against
57.
Ryan Murray in match 4 with a 79 average. But since then, he put in that 4-0 win against Janis, which was about 6 points better than that. He's got to find that first start a little bit more just to
105.
take the pressure off the rest of the visit. And that's exactly what he did right there with visit number 4 of leg 3.
I'd be annoyed with that in the veg patch again. The first start was
83.
perfectly
PT
pitched.
required
And instead of
96.
putting a lot of pressure on Jacques, he's left an unlikely outshot.
Probably doesn't get a look.
Game shot on
And
the
he
third
doesn't.
leg.
Look at how beautiful
Peter
that double nine
Jacques.
was, right in the middle. Great shot. Break of throw for Peter Jacques.
Fourth leg, it's Pete's
If
to
we're
throw
going to compare
first.
Jordan
Game on.
Brooks to his good pal Lee Sherwin, Lee didn't get off to the best start in Group C because that's exactly where Lee started his campaign
57.
a couple of weeks ago. But he just pitched his tent over the 2 days playing some decent darts, getting valuable wins when he needed them, and he was in contention going into the Friday action
140.
and was constantly knocking on the door of that second spot. He made his way to the Saturday night, and so far Jordan is doing a very similar job.
140.
Yeah, it's an irresistible comparison, isn't it, for that reason. You kind of don't want to talk about Sherwin as a figure to pressure Jordan Brooks with, but it's a very similar
140.
start.
Well, 140 that was.
Is that the benefit of the way that he throws, that he can actually get in at that kind of angle?
125.
Yeah, kind of. Most dart players can hit that shot from any angle. It's just about knowing how hard you need to throw it from certain portions of the hockey.
I don't know what that was about, the reaction. He got the dart in the treble 20 and didn't like where it landed.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit it in the bottom half because he can't fit any other shot in because of the way his darts fly. I can understand
99.
that. If he's finding the top half of it, it's a lot kinder.
Yeah, I just think it was a bit of an overreaction because he had no necessity to stay there. He's ended up leaving 1-2-2.
97.
He's in a decent spot
Jordan
still in the leg.
required 122.
It'll be treble 18 this time rather than the 20s because a single gives him the chance to hit the treble, and that would have given him the chance to hit the bull. Instead, we'll see Jake start on the bull.
54. PT required
You would think so
82.
anyway. Gets it. Nod of approval from his opponent.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's still nodding
Peter
because Jacques now takes a 3-1 lead. Started somewhat suspectly, but over the last couple of legs, he's jumped his average towards that mid-80s range again.
Fifth leg, it's Jordan
Brooks
to throw first.
with the superior
Game on.
statistics. He's the one losing 3-1. Here is why it's really interesting.
There you see disparity. It's about the limit, isn't it? There are anomalies, of course, but about 8 to 10 points, you can still win against an average that much higher than yours. Peter Jacques is now winning against an average 10 points higher than his.
41.
Let me give you an example as to why he's got the better average. Attempts at doubles. He's been there once and hit it, but been left on small scores and not getting shots, which means his
60.
average is not being depleted by misses.
I'll tell you what, Paul, the graphics team are really reading our minds today, aren't they? Next, they'll be showing how many 100-plus visits they've
60.
scored. Oh, wow.
Ta-da! Voice-activated statistics.
Yeah, graphics team managed by Alexa here at the Super
43.
Series. Good performance this from Jordan Brooks, despite the position he is in the match, as we just displayed there. But if Peter Jacques can get over the
100.
line, then the prospect of a perfect day for a player in this group is very much on the cards, and it's not a prospect that I was thinking was on the cards at the start of the day.
And that's what Abby would call a Lou Reed.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I spent it with you, Paul.
140.
However, chickens should not be counted before they have hatched, because a couple of weeks ago,
60. Jordan, you
we saw a
require
player win
180.
5 matches on Thursday and then lose 5 matches on Friday and fall out.
And for all you vegans out there, count your tofu packets before they're counted. Well, Jordan, you do have the option of splitting this if you wish.
86.
I like that play. You don't want to be left on 19 if you have an aggressive try at the 38. So with Peter on 240, I think that's a really wise decision.
83. Jordan, you require 32.
Double 16 then.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2.
Jordan Brooks.
Still in it, still playing at a good standard.
He's definitely getting better, isn't he, throughout the course of the day.
6th leg, it's Pete's to throw first. Game on. $85. $81. $100.
Yeah, the player I was referring to in the previous leg was Scott Walters, wasn't it? That lost all his games on Friday after winning all his games on Thursday. I joked to him in the interview after Thursday that he didn't need to turn up on
97.
Friday. Kind of didn't.
Does that make your darts nickname the Curse?
Oh, that was horrible to watch because I genuinely believe that I could not see that outcome.
95.
Me either. He played so well on the Thursday. I thought there was no way that he was going to be outside that top 2 spots.
Do you know where he finished in the table? 5th.
Yeah.
100.
Went from 1st to 5th. So if you think that Mustafejevs is out of this so far, think again. If he finds a new level of performance, he could still make the top 2.
And if you think that Peter Jacques is as good as
83.
through if he wins this match, think again.
Once bitten, twice shy, as they say. So Jacques is going to have to work hard for the rest of this match and most of tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah, Abby, if you find yourself interviewing Peter Jacques having won all of his matches at the end of the day, don't say something
43.
silly like you don't have to turn up tomorrow.
Peter, you require 138.
Oh, look, it's a 138 again. And he's going the proper route.
Well, the Paul Nicholson approval. To be honest, I get that. I like the 2 trebles in the same segment route. I do like the sweep, starting on the 18s, going across to the 20s, and then the double 12s.
There's a case for everything, but like you said earlier, if you hit it, you're a genius. If you don't, well, you're not.
Well, Brooks will be pondering how he's lost this match. He's been very solid throughout it.
140. Peter, you require
How
8.
good was that dart? Only had maybe a 5th of the bed to aim at.
He stuck his fingers in the air, crossed there. Was that
Game,
like a
shot,
symbol of
and
hope
the
that
match.
Peter Jacques would
Peter Jacques.
miss the double? Well, he hasn't missed the double. He's taken care of business and he's applauded by Brooks after that performance there. A 4-2 success for Peter Jacques, an average of 83, some 9 points fewer than his opponent, but he only had 3 darts at double in the match to Jordan Brooks, and Jacques' perfect day continues. He's 4 from 4 with Martin Adams still to play. Adams will be back in action in a couple of games' time, but before that, Mark McGeeney will face Ryan Murray, and that is after the break.
and welcome back to the Super Series, where we've just seen Peter Jacques maintain that perfect level for the day. Paul, he's been so impressive today, but I think we have to give a mention to Jordan Brooks there as well, who played really, really well.
Yeah, he wasn't far off him in the end. I mean, statistics do lie sometimes, and you look at what Jordan's done there. It is proof of what he can do. The checkered percentage, where it is, and the reason his average was so high is because he was left on numbers because Peter was taking last dart shots. And just a really good, well-timed performance from Peter. He's now on 8 points, 2 points away from Lou Reed.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the timing for Jacques, that 96, the 82 as well. They felt like real sucker punches for Brooks, the timing that they happened.
I can tell you from experience that that is what Peter does to you. He is a sucker puncher. You know, if you turn your back on him, he's just going to have you for breakfast. But I'm really happy for him because he went through the mill a little bit in Group A. He's turning things around. He is very much a confident player going forward now.
And Ryan Murray against Mark McGeeney up next to the other two players who we saw in Group A. Of course, Ryan Murray won all 3 of their matches in Group A. Does that have any bearing here? Of
course it does. When you're playing each other 5 days consecutively, you know exactly where you stand. I've played in Championship League darts in the PDC myself, and it felt like I was playing Mark Walsh every morning. And fortunately for me, I had a pretty good record against him. But when you're in this scenario, you know exactly where you stand.
And I don't want to say too much because I am quite a loud talker and they are stood just behind me. But McGeeney as well, you know, we've talked about that drop-off that he has at this time of the day, an average less than 70 in his last match. That, combined with the thought of the opponent that you're facing, it doesn't bode well. But do you see any chance for him in this one?
It doesn't, but he has a lot of experience in bouncing back. And this week, when he has had under par performances, he has bounced back pretty well. So I expect him to bounce back in this one because I suppose they're both under pressure trying to keep pace with Peter Jacques.
Absolutely, right. Get the bounce on then. Let's get into this one.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Welcome back to the action here at the Super Series as Mark McGeeney and Muzz Lightyear Ryan Murray do battle once again. The Stockport slinger that is Mark McGeeney tailed off dramatically in his last match, and that's been a habit of his this week. Unfortunately for him, he was hammered 4-0 by Martin Adams. Ryan Murray was edged out in his previous encounter 4-3 by Jordan Brooks in probably the most entertaining encounter of the day so far. But the pair of them both looking to bounce back. Both on 2 points, looking to join the race really for the top 2 after Brooks.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Was beaten by Jacques. It might be a race for second place. Adams, though, will have something to say about that in the next game because he's likely to keep himself clinging to the coattails of the league leader. And I have to say, Paul, that your
45.
predictions in our pre-show chat on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel were Adams and Jacques looking pretty sweet right now, isn't it?
60.
Give it time. I'm sure I'll mess it up eventually.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you a chance to mess it up now by giving us a firm prediction for this match, because I know it's difficult when you're up there with Abby and the players
100.
can hear you.
It is, but one thing I can categorically say is that Peter Jacques and Martin Adams can't win this match.
80.
Can you see how I'm trying to dodge your questions here?
Yeah, but I'm not going to let it slip. Give us a prediction for the match, Paul. This one between Mark McGeeney and Ryan Murray, and don't give me the Sol Campbell, I think, France routine.
100.
Check that on YouTube if you've never seen it. Just type in Sol Campbell, I think, France, and your world will be changed.
Well, I'm going to go for a Ryan Murray win purely because of the head-to-head record this week. And he has played better this week, but you can't help but laugh at that. He's had a drop dart, he's taken it, and then it's bounced out.
Yeah,
that dart was never meant to go on the board.
He couldn't help but laugh, could he?
Even Mark was laughing when he dropped the dart. Thought he'd done a Danny Lowby.
85.
One of those moments. I know we mentioned earlier as well, one of the themes we've spoken about is whether players watch themselves back. We've had a tweet in from Brian Raman, who played here at the Super
44.
Series last year, said he always watches his games back. There's so much to be learned from doing that.
Yeah, he's one of my favourite players to watch It's almost a shame we can't invite him back to play, actually.
You won't be seeing the Noodle at the Super
131.
Series for a while. Great character. He actually was. I didn't know this. He was actually due to do some commentary with us at the Belgian European Tour event recently.
Mark your
Couldn't
required
get past
40.
security.
Yeah, he couldn't get in. They didn't even know who he was. How dare they? Oh, hello, double 15.
Game shot on the first leg.
A somewhat
McGeeney.
unintentional double-double. And that was a bit of a strange leg, wasn't it? 17 darter from Mark McGeeney, but
Second leg,
strange
it's trying
because
to throw first. Game
you
on.
fancy that Muzz Lightyear deserved a shot at a double, but didn't even get one.
30.
We have to be careful with those darts dropping on the floor as well. They could do some damage to the hockey.
I take it you've never had a dart pierce your foot before after a bounce out.
Nah, I know well enough not to play in flip-flop with my ability.
134.
When I was a kid and I was playing with no footwear at all, and a dart came back and hit me in the foot. It hurt a lot.
Have you ever had the pressure, Paul, of you know, these promo things where you've got to throw a dart at an apple off somebody's head or anything like that?
I once hit a double 5 with no flight. First attempt. That was a pretty good one.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do.
59.
Saturday night, my promise, you can stand in front of the board with an apple on your head and Chris Mason can throw the dart.
83.
Live for the live audience here at the Live Lounge.
I'd rather Darren Brown throw it, actually. That's nothing against Mace, by the way. He's a great dart player. But
94.
pressure on that. Do you value your right eye?
I've seen it done. Peter Wright in Australia at the World Series. And it was like 7 in the morning
99.
as well.
I've seen Gary Anderson do it as well.
Was he successful?
Oh, he hit it right in the middle.
The head or the apple?
What we should say is don't try that at home.
43. Ryan, you
foolish.
require 164.
Just leave the Seisel to take the points. It's the right thing to do.
Well, that was probably the right thing to do from
140.
Ryan Murray. No need to be lured in by the prospect of a big 3-figure outshot, of which we haven't had many today. Nothing enormous in terms of checkouts. We had a 120 from Jacques, a 106
Ryan, you
from
require
Brooks.
24. Game shot on the second leg.
Double 12 is just as
Ryan
effective,
Murray.
and it levels up the match for Murray against the Gladiator here.
Third leg, it's
Do you know
Mark
what
to throw
Seisel
first.
is?
Game
Just
on.
for those aficionados out there. You ever read up on it?
Go on, let's do the Paul Nicholson science lesson.
Seisel is a species of flowering plant native to southern Mexico, but widely cultivated and
140.
naturalized in many other countries, including Kenya, which is where these dartboards are made. It yields a stiff fibre used in making rope and various other products, including dartboards.
87.
So there you go.
Learn something every day.
Dartboards have gone plant-based.
98.
Yeah, they have had other versions, haven't they, over the years? You've had dartboards made out of wood before.
Yeah, you've got the
100.
log end boards in the Manchester area, which, of course, Mark's not that far from. I think that's the only area of the country that plays log end darts, isn't it? Which is more of a plasticine type material that they use for the surface.
60.
Yeah, and then, of course, the soft tip setup as well.
Yeah, something that I'm a big fan of. Great fun to play.
I bet you were like me when you were a kid, had one of those
39.
felt dartboards with the Velcro darts.
No. Funny enough, when I was a kid, we didn't have a great deal of money. And I remember one summer wanting a dartboard so badly that I went to the local shop, got a load of free cardboard boxes, drew a
131.
dartboard on the cardboard, put lots of cardboard behind it, and started throwing at the cardboard.
There you go. You should have just painted one on the
97.
wall, Paul.
Mark
Couldn't afford to paint,
requires
mate.
72.
There was a felt tip pen that ran out by the time I'd drawn the double 2.
Yeah, so if you had 6 left, you had to go 2 double 2 because there's no
Pretty
double 3 on the
much.
board. Brilliant.
52.
Well, that's not quite brilliant from McGeeney, but it's good enough to keep him firmly in command of this leg, with Murray not on a finish. He is now.
He is now.
138.
So don't miss this, Mark.
20.
And what's been a much improved display from him. Nothing in the way.
Game shot on the
This
third
is a good
leg.
game.
Mark McGeeney.
89.2 the average for McGeeney, 89.55 for Ryan. This is a good contest between two people who are still definitely in the race for the top spots. But this could be a huge, huge result for somebody, because whoever loses it is going to be languished on 2 and 6 behind the leader, Peter Jacques.
Just going back to self-analysis, watching games back, crunching the numbers of your own performances and what benefits that can bring. If you were in Mark McGeeney's shoes and you were watching back and you're hearing us talking about the pattern of the last 3 days in which he's regressed as the day has gone on, what can you do to change that?
One of the things that dart players don't do enough is write down how they're feeling after a performance and how they felt during the last game. Learn from what you're actually thinking at that point in time. I felt a bit tired during that game. Well, how about getting something like a jelly sweet in you just before a game started? Now, AFL footballers in Australia, when they have half time, you see loads of them going through packets of jelly sweets just for that injection of sugar, just to give you that extra energy. If you're a bit too hyped up, just maybe listen to some music for 5 minutes before your game, which calms you down. These small things can make a big difference.
91.
There we go. Sound advice from the asset. I'll be bringing the Tanfastics in tomorrow.
Can I have some? They're my favourite.
Yeah, they are a good sweet.
85.
Other brands are available, of course. Pretty sweet performance from Mark McGeeney, though. Maybe he's been chewing on the jellies.
Yeah, he doesn't want to feel sour.
137. Mark required.
Good approach shots in the last couple of legs. A 138 and a 137. McGeeney can snap him in half with a 108, the old school way. Double 18.
90.
Very good try.
I thought it was
Ryan
going.
Required,
just looked like the perfect kind of lie for him to build towards that. Can't go inside.
No score.
Can't go outside
Mark
with 2 darts either.
He's got 56 grams of tungsten in the way. That was a very difficult out. McGeeney straight for it. That's tricky. Too tricky.
10. Ryan, you required 38.
Right for it again, I assume. Again, he closes the bed rather than opens it, but he picks his spots and levels the match at 2-2. A real opportunity that got away from Mark McGeeney there.
Yeah, it was a great chance.
5th leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Not just for the 108 out. They give himself that 3-1 advantage, but of course he did have a second bite of the cherry, which he wasn't able to find. But you just sense it's one of those weeks where Mark can still make Saturday night, which he has made before. Back in week 4 of phase 3 this year, he was equal 5th on the same night where Peter Jacques was second to Nathan Gervin. But if he is going to make Saturday night, he's going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, Peter Jacques racing away in the league table, 8 points to the good 59. After winning all 4 of his matches, including against Mark McGeeney and Ryan Murray earlier today. He still has Martin Adams to face. Adams has 2 games
84.
left. The meeting with Jacques in the penultimate tie of the session. But next, he takes on the so far pointless Janis Mustafejevs.
And they've played each other this week. Of course,
81.
we've mentioned that Ryan Murray has won them all, but he's never been taken to a last leg decider either, which paints a bit of a picture. But in the race 60. For Saturday night, we have to mention also that Murray has never made a Saturday night because he's only been here once before. And McGeeney is one of only 3 players who have made a Saturday night from 100. This group. 2 debutants in Mustafejevs and Brooks. Wolfie has won twice on Saturday nights, but not this year. In fact,
60.
this year,
Mark your require
getting to a Saturday night
121.
is his best effort.
Yeah, made it to the first night here, but the build-up to that week wasn't played here. It launched on a Saturday at this venue and couldn't make it to the final.
53.
Semi-final defeat it was for Martin Adams on that occasion.
Is it another great approach?
140.
It is. A 138, a 137, a 140 approach. Every time McGeeney's in position to win a leg, Murray's not leaving him alone. The epitome of the pressure shot.
36.
And he's missing
Ryan,
them
you
by the
require
tiniest
72.
margins. Double 12. And he's on the wrong
66.
double this time.
Mark your required
Leaves himself on a
32.
horrible looking double 3. McGeeney will surely, he will hope, go to 3-2 up.
That one's nowhere near. That one's a little closer.
16.
And it could not be any
Ryan, you
closer
require 6.
without going in. Here comes Murray on another awkward double. And it's getting more difficult and more difficult.
Game shot on the
But when the
fifth
going
leg.
gets tough,
Ryan Murray.
the tough get going. And Ryan Murray goes in front.
I'll tell you how that feels. McGeeney has missed doubles by the
Sixth leg,
width
it's
of the
Ryan to
wire.
throw first.
Murray
Game
misses
on.
double 3 by a country mile twice and then hits it with dart 3. That's a bit like having an axe wound in your thigh and then up comes Ryan Murray and starts pouring sea
74.
salt on it by the litre. That's how much that hurts.
Just referenced, by the way, in the previous leg, that semi-final defeat for Adams here at the Super Series in his previous attempt to make it to Champions League.
100.
That was the week that I think a lot of players should look at for inspiration, because Kieran Tian that week finished bottom of Group A and then went on to win finals night.
140.
Yeah, Moreno Blom got pretty close to doing the same. He was pretty ordinary in Group A and then he managed to sprint to the finish in Group C, and he was decent on finals night as well, but he didn't do what Kieran did.
Yeah, Stephen Burton was also in action. He was the man that Tian beat in the final. He gets his second bite of the cherry starting this evening when we return.
140.
He's not going to do the same as Josh Payne and Dave Pallett, is he? And be defeated in 2 finals in this stage. That would be cruel.
He's got to pick up his dart when he gets here, hasn't he? If you look at the shot of the players in a moment, you'll see 4 little squares on the stage. They're smoke machines, and one of Stephen Burton's darts went down there.
Obviously wants to live here. Rent free.
87. Mark, you require 161.
Well, this is to save his skin in this match, Mark McGeeney, and he's not going to get it. So Murray, in a match that it looked like he was destined to lose, suddenly he's going to get 2 darts to win it 4-2.
Ryan, you require 60.
You get the feeling that Mark should have gone for the 25 in bull with the last dart, though. But Murray's in for the win.
40.
But it's not in.
Mark,
and
you
McGeeney
require
is still in.
104.
But maybe only if this goes.
It could have been better placed here had he done what Paul said, but he will get a dart at double, barring a disaster. No disaster, perfectly pitched,
84.
but not pinched.
Ryan, you require 20.
Doubles have cost him in this match. He's missed 11 of them. Oh, it's another one of those doubles
Game,
that he
shot,
hits
and the match.
with an absolutely
Ryan Murray.
terrible guide. But does it matter? No, it doesn't. It's 4-0 to Muzz Lightyear this week over Mark McGeeney. A very tight contest, but there you can see on McGeeney's left-hand side of the screen, 15% on the checkouts. That's what cost him in what was a very tight contest towards the end. So McGeeney has a lot of work to do going into his final game of the day, which will be against Jordan Brooks in a couple of games' time. But before we get there, it will be Wolfie Martin Adams against Janis Mustafejevs, who's still looking for his first win of his campaign in Group C. That's coming right up after this.
good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Ryan Murray get his second victory of the day, a 4-2 win over Mark McGeeney in that one. A real cracking contest, that one. Ryan Murray maintains his perfect record for the week against Mark McGeeney. 4 wins from 4 in that head-to-head. Some really good setter play from Murray in that match. Both players missed darts at double in that one, but it proved more costly for McGeeney, who was unable to pin tops for a 104 outshot to force a decider, and Murray pounced to take that one by 4 legs to 2. As you can see, both of them need to make improvements on the outer ring in the remainder of their games. McGeeney down at 15% checkout success, Murray on 25. No high outshots in that match, and we can have a look for the first time at what that does to the Group C table. Our first look at that today, and it is, of course, Peter Jacques, who is top of the table on 8 points. Martin Adams has the opportunity in our next game to move up to 6 points in the table. He takes on the man currently sat bottom on no points at the moment, and it really is a daunting prospect for Mustafejevs, given how well Martin Adams played in his last match. And the Latvian was actually sat up here on the balcony watching that 99 average performance from Martin Adams. Of course, he was 4 out of 7 on the outer ring, and the Latvian had his head in his hands watching, so I think he's very much aware of what he's up against in this match. Let's get into it then in the company of Murph and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, who would not be daunted by the prospect of a meeting with Martin Adams? Wolfie, such a fearsome opponent for anybody, let alone someone who's lost the last 12 legs and is really struggling on debut here at the Super Series. Let's not sugar the pill. It is tough going for Janis Mustafejevs so far. Everybody can get into a darting drought, Paul, but what does he need to do to try and get himself out of it? Or is trying part of the problem?
You can't try. It's about putting in purposeful practice when you're on the practice board, and then letting everything just come to you when you're on the stage. You have to make good decisions. You have to make good decisions with your mind, but also you have to implement what you've been doing in practice well up on the stage. And taking that practice game to the stage is the biggest difficulty in this sport. That always brings me back to a player called Richie Davies from Wales. He was interviewed
38.
in the early noughties about making the Lakeside final, and somebody asked the question, what's the difference between your game this year to previous years? And Richie somewhat aptly said, I've taken my
100.
practice game to the match board. Doing that, that's the trick. But it's something that you can't just coach.
59.
You've got to give people ideas of how to do it, but then you've got to do it. No one's going to do it for you.
I don't know about that, Paul. I might disagree, because I've certainly taken my practice game to the match board many a times. I can average in the 40s on both.
121.
I thought you were more of a 30s kind of guy.
Oh, thanks.
That's what I was told. Well, maybe the pressure's
100.
off now. We don't expect Janis to make the top 2. He can play with a bit of freedom and just enjoy this experience. But he's playing with a lot of pride, isn't he? He's very proud of being from Latvia. He's proud of the fact that he's relocated to the UK in the last 7 years, and he's trying to improve so he can go to things like Q School and go to other tours and
24.
be a better player. But there's no stiffer test when you come to the MODUS Super Series than playing against the former England captain.
Yeah, there must be a lot of players that come into this event, because it's a strange mix of talents, isn't it? Experienced aces that have been there, done it
60.
all, won it all, like Martin Adams, and then players that are emerging. And for many of them, it must be a little bit of a pinch-me moment to be taking on the likes of Adams, Thornton, et al.
20.
But it doesn't help when Adams has got his friend
Martin, you
with a
require
giant hammer behind the dartboard, knocking his darts out.
Yeah, I think Janis keeps knocking into those flight protectors he's got on his flights.
$59.
This is where you want to leave yourself a finish, just in case. But he's losing the line and the weight of the dart now.
23. Martin, you require 80.
You're never going to see Martin go for 2 double tops here. Probably never in any darts match, even an exhibition.
60.
I was once, look, I'm not a darts player, but I do love the game and throw darts myself. And I was once having a chuck backstage at a PDC event. Mervyn King off the path, the player who's renowned
Martin,
for going certain
20.
ways on finish. I had 80 left, so I was tongue-in-cheek turned around to Mervyn and said, "Which way shall I go, Merv?" You know what he said? Tops, tops.
That's so Merv.
Do as I say, not as
16.
I do.
Yanis, you require 154.
Can I ask you a question at the start of the next leg? I'm really intrigued because you've been to a few exhibitions in your time. Now, Janis is not going to take out an exhibition-style shot
41.
on 154.
Martin, you require
Is
4.
Wolfie going to take double 2 for his initial advantage?
Double 1 was the only double that Yanis threw out in his previous match.
2.
He missed it. Martin misses
Yanis,
it.
you require 113.
There's an opportunity to end that trend, that drought, that avalanche of losing legs, a dozen on the spin. Treble 18 for double top to do so.
Well, there's the 4. He needed 50 more, though. And eventually does get the 54.
Martin, you require
So if Martin
2.
has more trouble on double 1, Yanis could be in.
Game shot in
But
the
no
first
trouble.
leg. Martin Adams.
I think Martin, who doesn't show a great deal of emotion on stage, just flicked the eyebrows as if to say, I'm quite lucky to have won that leg.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw
25
first.
dart breaker throw.
Game on.
What's the best shot you've ever seen in an exhibition?
Good question. I have seen, and this is interesting, because it's not what you would
85.
think. It's not an incredible 170, a 125, a 135. I have seen Adrian Lewis take out, I think it was 76 with 2
40.
darts. But he did it left-handed.
Yeah. It's really interesting that you say that because the best shot I've ever seen was Adrian Lewis against me in Stanley in County Durham, where he had
85.
54. He hit double 18 with his right hand, then double 9 with his left, in rhythm. So he changed from righty to
99.
lefty, and then he put his left foot forward, hit the double 9 like he was a mirror image of himself. It was the most remarkable thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised that from time to time we don't see a player do that in a match if they've got that ability. See, Ronnie O'Sullivan can win world championships
60.
with his wrong hand, can't he? But there are angles sometimes that might suit it.
I know Kim Hybrex is a really good righty-lefty player.
Is there anybody
28.
that's kind of totally ambidextrous in the world of darts?
Not that I'm aware of. I did hear about there was a legendary story about a guy in New Zealand called Monty Wood, who apparently had hit 9 darters with both hands, but it could have been just a bit of spiel.
40.
I'm told that Alan Plant played for Wales with both hands.
That's impressive.
60.
There's a reason why he did. Because he broke his right hand. So started throwing with his left.
Still remarkable.
95.
There have been so many people that I know who have got the dreaded dartitis, gone to the other hand, but not got anything
58.
back from the game.
Martin, you require
But to be able to play for your country
136.
with 2 different dexterities is incredible. Martin's been good enough with his right arm for a good 40 years.
Yeah, another one to mention, of course. Why
55.
bother with the hands when you can do it the way Marlow does and blow it in with your mouth?
And Aaron Monk can do that too. I tried to do that once. I think I got it about a third of the way down the
100.
hockey. And I almost
Martin, you require
chipped a tooth.
81.
Well, apparently Wayne Mardle did it perfectly in an exhibition in Ireland just last week. Blew the dart into the double 10.
can't say I'm surprised. He's a bit of a genius.
Right, put it in your mouth, Martin, and blow it into the bowl.
56. Yanis, you require
On the green.
116.
Not in the hole. Is that surely an illegal throw, wouldn't it, had he done that? Anyway, Anyway, a chance here for Mustafejevs to get a leg in the
96.
ledger.
Martin, you require
try.
25.
Still trying to snap that streak. And Wolfie goes for an improved leg in 24 darts.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
second
what he
leg.
gets.
Martin Adams.
I think what Martin's doing right here is great proof that averages mean nothing. When he played his
Third leg,
previous
it's Janis to
match,
throw first.
he averaged almost
Game on.
99 in beating Mark McGeeney. What he's doing now is just enough to get the job done. It's what I like to call a finger of fudge match.
83.
You know, a finger of fudge is just enough to give yourself a treat.
Well, I can say that that leg has now moved Janis Mustafejevs into an unwanted position. He's in the top 10
96.
of most consecutive legs lost here at the Super Series. 14. Some of the names that have done it are not bad company to be in, but it is one of those
43.
unwanted records, isn't it? The only players above him now, Scott Marsh, Lee Evans, Joe Davis and Andy Jenkins, they've all lost 15 on the spin. Jamie Kelling has lost 18, and then 3 I mentioned earlier, Josh Richardson, Bradley Kirk and Aaron Monk have all lost 19 legs in a row.
135.
And that can be beaten, if that's even the right word, if Mustafejevs loses 2 more to Martin and then all 4 in the last match of the day against Ryan Murray.
35.
Some great talents in that list. All have done very good things. I mean, you think about Jamie Kelling, for instance. We've seen plenty of him over the last few months. He's someone who's had a perfect day of 10 points from 10
100.
before. It happens to the best of them. Better scoring leg here from Martin, leaving a finish after 9.
125. Martin, you require 170.
We're going to see any exhibition stuff from Wolfie here. We'll never know. Been lacking in 3-figure stuff today, hasn't it?
60.
The action, no 3-figure averages, and you can count on one hand the amount of 3-figure finishes we've had. You'd still have 3 fingers left.
So, by that token,
85.
is Daniel
Martin, you
Closer
require 110.
becoming an even bigger favourite for Saturday night?
Yeah, well, he's certainly becoming an even bigger story. Here's a chance for another ton-topping out shot. And double 18 will secure it.
92.
Seen quite a lot
Janis,
of
you
those
require
darts
130.
on the wire for finishers. But can he end this run? Can he stop the rots?
28. Martin, you require 18.
Martin doesn't split these shots, he goes straight for them.
Game shot on the third leg.
Why would you want to
Martin
split it when you can do that?
Adams.
3-0 is very familiar territory, unfortunately, for the Latvian. And this is doing Martin the world of good as well. He could prospectively
it's
get
Martin
to
to
6
throw
points
first.
with a win here. And
Game
if it's
on.
4-0, his leg difference will go to +8, which is only bettered by Peter Jacques, who is currently undefeated on 8 points. And it will be Jacques against Adams in match 14.
Yeah, he'd be 2 points behind Jacques and 2
140.
legs behind Jacques. So every chance that he could end up level at the end of the day in all aspects, actually. If he can get the better of Peter in that last match for the pair, the
97.
penultimate one of this session.
It takes on a bit more importance, that 13th game of the day, McGeeney against Brooks, doesn't it? If you've got Adams on 6 points, Jacques on 8.
Yeah,
It's massive for McGeeney.
more so for McGeeney than Brooks, I was just about to say, because
60.
he's still stranded on 2. Jordan Brooks actually would firmly put him in the race, wouldn't it, a win in that match, taking him to 6 points. And I passed him in the corridor after the last match. I asked him, simple question, are you enjoying
97.
it? He said, I am now. But maybe some early apprehension.
A winning dart player is a happy dart player.
43.
I don't know whether you guys at home are aware, but as a bit of an homage to the greatness of Martin, we have been playing his walk-on song when he wins, and he's been enjoying it.
62.
So maybe his motivation is to hear it again and again today.
Right, it's one of the synonymous ones. It's a bit of a curse, isn't it, being involved in darts, because you hear particular songs on the radio and it just makes you immediately think of the player. Down Under by Men at Work's another one. And certainly the Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf, makes me think immediately of the man on your screen right now. No, not Charlie Corstefine. Martin Wolfie Adams. I still associate you with the Kasabian track, to be fair.
Oh, Clubfoot.
131.
Yeah, I enjoyed the days when I used that. I don't know why I stopped using it, actually. Maybe because I'm an idiot.
I'm not sure what walk-on music Janis
Martin, you require
Mustafejevs uses. But he's certainly looking a little bit lost at the moment. You look at the resignation on his
16.
face.
Janis, you require
It's almost
149.
Looked like a sick animal that wanted putting out of his misery there.
55.
Martin is trying to
requires
do the humane
60.
thing for himself to get the 4-0 win.
Game,
And that's
shots,
exactly what he
and
does.
the match.
19
Martin
darts is good
Adams.
enough. The statistics tell you a pretty sad picture, actually. It wasn't a great game, but Martin doing what he has to do. Incredibly, his average in that game was 27 points down on his previous performance. But as far as the table is concerned, things are looking very bright because he is on 6 points now, on his own in second position, and his leg difference is at +8, only down on Peter Jacques, who is at the top of the table. McGeeney and Brooks will do battle for one more time here in Thursday's action, and that will come straight after the break as we start round number 5.
Hello Hello and welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We've got 3 more games coming up for you in the first of 2 sessions today. Of course, we've got the final round of games to come, but before we get on to those, let's take a little look at the match stats from the last game. Martin Adams condemning our Latvian opponent to a 3rd successive 4-0 defeat in that one. Fair to say that wasn't the highest quality contest of the day. Janis has only managed to register 1 leg on the board in his 4 games so far today, but the one positive for him in that match was that he was more competitive in the legs. He was getting chances at the back end of legs. Of course, only 1 attempt at a double, but he was slightly more competitive in that match. A lot of that, of course, due to Adams' level dropping significantly in that one. He averaged just shy of a ton in his match previously, but just the 71.57 in that match. 4 out of 16 on the outer ring, and as you can see, the highest check out there, just 25 in that one. Wolfie just kept chipping away and doing enough to get the points on the board there, celebrating with his walk-on music at the end of that one. Again, he's really enjoying that feature here so far today. Next up then, we've got Mark McGeeney against Jordan Brooks. McGeeney looking for his 2nd win of the day. We can see that now on the league table and see how things stand heading into this final round of fixtures on day 1 of Group C. And it is, of course, Peter Jacques still leading the way in this group. Mark McGeeney and Jordan Brooks there, just 2 points separating them. Mark McGeeney, if he gets his 2nd win, could end the day level on points with Jordan Brooks, of course. For Brooks on debut, certainly keeping himself in contention, isn't he, of qualifying for finals night, and a win here would certainly boost his chances even more heading into Friday's session. So let's get this one underway then. Charlie Corstefin, our referee, is ready on stage. Let's hand back over to the chaps in commentary.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it is getting more and more important for the players towing the oche as we reach round 5 of 10 matches in Group C. Mark McGeeney and Jordan Brooks about to do battle in a match, as we said during the previous one, which, Abby, you are allowed to describe as rubbish, because it was. And what we were saying was that it's a more significant match for one of the players than the other, and that's because, as we saw the league table there, Paul, Mark McGeeney on 2. If he finishes on 2, it is going to be very, very tough going for the 50-year-old from Stockport to lift himself into the top 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. And I suppose when you think about the urgency that's attached to certain games throughout the course of a week, maybe this is like a final for Mark McGeeney. If he can get through this and be on 4 points alongside Brooks, alongside Murray, maybe.
Game on.
Bearing in mind that Murray's got Mustafejevs in game 15 today, he's still in with a chance. But at 2 points, it's extremely unlikely for him to make it through the group.
Yeah, win for Brooks sees him move on to 6 with Martin Adams, but that
45.
real key clash comes next. Now, I'm going to ask you a little question here, Paul, as a player who has played in this format. What would you prefer if you were part of the chasing pack at this point? Would you prefer Peter Jacques to win and pull away from the field,
60.
and you've all got a closer target in Martin Adams? Or would you rather have Adams move on to 8 points and have 2 players to try and catch?
Personally, I'd want someone to dominate and have someone a little bit further behind. Just try and chase that 2nd spot, because like I've already said a couple of times this week, it doesn't really matter whether you win Group A and get that spot, or whether you get 3rd in Group B, 2nd in Group C, or win one of these Thursday, Friday groups. Get to Saturday night, then it's a totally different
100
ballpark after that.
This might sound silly because there's only 1 spot available from Group A, but Group C is the hardest group to get through, right?
I'd have to agree with that, because you've got a mix of players who haven't thrown
60.
this week. You've got another mix of players who have obviously not had the best of weeks so far. So it's a mix of negativity and coming in a bit cold. I think it is the hardest group to win.
Yeah, 2nd chance, of course, if you don't get through Group A by playing in Group C or B.
135.
But only 2 players going through from 6 in this group compared to 3 from 5 in Group B, which gets underway this evening. Join myself, Paul and Abby from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV for the arrival of Robert
140.
Thornton.
I'm going to ask you a really interesting question now. We've seen a lot of great matches in our time. We've commentated on a fair few. What's the worst game you've ever seen? I mean, come on, we've got to be honest.
Right, I do know it. Oh, no, I do know it. It wasn't here at the Super Series, you'll be pleased to know.
71.
I know you're all shouting at your TV, that last one 5 minutes ago, but no, I've had worse than that, and for different reasons. But I need to remember one of the players. It was that bad. I forgot one of the players' names, but it was a Euro tour years ago. That was
159.
Just look at your
Johnny
face when he said 6'5". There, you look like you've aged.
Yeah, I think it was just before the break, so I was, getting ready for the dinner and everything like that. And it just went on and on and on and on, and I think it's still going on.
63.
I need to remember
Mark your required 40.
Dan Dawson, I think, was alongside me. I might have to text him, but I don't want to give him nightmares.
Well, it would be nightmares for Jordan if Mark finds tops. Well, how does he hit this?
20.
You remember the long
Jordan,
chain
you
match at
require
Ali Pali?
72.
That was one where we thought the afternoon session would overlap with the evening. Very aptly named the match as well. It was a long pain.
That was dreadful. But I've got a better one than that. We'll wait till the next leg because look where Jordan's going. Double 16.
40.
Oh, very tight
Mark your
between that
required
one
20.
and the double. At least this time McGeeney's going for a shot that doesn't have a dart in the way.
Game
And
shot
that
on
one's
the
in.
first leg.
Did use the
McGeeney.
guide by flicking off the left side of the flight, so it is 1-0 to McGeeney. Are you doing your scouring now to see
Second
what
leg,
that
it's
match
Jordan
was?
to throw
Because
first.
while you
Game
do
on.
that, the year I made my debut at the World Championship, there was a prelim game involving a mate of mine and a Japanese player by the name of Akihiro Nagakawa. And it was so
60.
bad, that game, they actually took it off TV. They cut to Dave Clark in the presenting booth and they went to some highlights packages. It was so poor. Now, ultimately, my friend Warren French
58.
won that game and he played Dennis Priestley in the next round. He played much better against Dennis, but ultimately, the Menace won by 3-0. So if anybody can find a worse game than Warren French versus
60.
Akihiro Nagakawa from the 2009 Worlds, then be my guest. It was only leg play as well. It was best of 9 legs.
What's the worst game you've ever played in?
Probably a World Series match against Warren Parry of New Zealand.
85.
I averaged in the mid-70s and I played dreadfully but still won.
Yeah, 78.23. But you have played worse than that on 5 occasions.
Thanks for your help.
Lost out to Richie Burnett in 2013 with an average of 78.21.
Yuck.
Simon Whitlock
60.
in 2010 at the World Grand Prix. That's a 78 average, but it is double start, to your credit. PDC World Cup, 76.99 against Kim Huybrecht. Do you want me to carry on?
No.
Stuart Stubbs at the UK Open, at the Q School, 2020, 76.7. But your worst performance, Paul, came in a final.
Is that against Whitlock?
It was the Dutch Darts Masters 2012.
The adrenaline levels of making that final and then playing in it was very hard to handle. I think I played, ironically, I think I averaged over 100 in the semi-finals against Wayne Jones. And then everything hit me at the same time as if to say, wow, I'm a Euro Tour final.
I enjoyed that little segment.
I bet he did. I feel like Hamad Bleep right now.
I think I remembered the game that I was referring to as well, and you're not going to believe
85.
one of the players that was involved in it.
Oh, yeah, I remember that game.
Andrew Gilding against Stefan Seatman.
That was dreadful. I think Andrew averaged 66.
66.19. Yeah, I can't believe it. I've spent the last 5 years recalling that match as 6-5 because it was so long. It was actually 6-4 to Stefan Seatman.
180.
Didn't he beat Joe Cullen in the next round as well?
Probably. Well, Jordan Brooks here. Sorry, we spent so much time talking about bad games. We're forgetting about the good stuff here, because that's a maximum from Jordan Brooks that puts him
59.
within touching distance
Jordan,
of levelling this match.
45.
Yeah, pick your double, Jordan, and pick it apart. Narrowly missed it in leg number 1. Does not miss it in leg 2. Things looking more rosy for Jordan after that 17 dart.
Third leg, it's
Hold
Mark's
of
to throw
throw.
first. Game on.
Good memory that. He did beat Joe Cullen 6-5 in the next round. Stefan Seepman.
Well, Mark was just giving Jordan daggers there. As if to say, any noise that is made will be heard in this arena. And obviously on your first day here, nothing prepares you for this silent atmosphere.
Well, Charlie's having a look. The referee. Well, there's a little bit of a conversation between the two players there. Haven't really seen any of this personally so far at the Super Series. Any little antics between the two players.
One of the things that you can't really do in this setting is put yourself in the shop window of someone who makes noise. Now, I don't know what's happened, but the practice room is 2 boards. It's quite a small room. You do not want to be in that room at the same time as someone who has had words with you. So the best thing to do is to just get along and play this game.
The only one I can recall was Kevin Painter against Moreno Blom, and that happened at the end of the match, not during it, where Painter, I think, beat Blom 4-0, in fact. And Blom took exception to something that he thought Kevin was doing. I was actually up on the balcony for it and didn't see anything untoward on that occasion.
I think it was just a case of Moreno at the time was being gubbed a lot, and he was taking exception to being beaten. I don't think Kevin actually did anything.
They had a pretty... Well, Kevin had a pretty forceful word to stand up for himself after that, but the next couple of days, they were all right.
Yeah, I think we made more of it than it actually was. But then again, we work in the media. That's our job, right? Well, so far, this game is dead level, as you can see, in scores and in legs.
171.
So 180 in the last leg, and 171 in this leg. Now, he seems like a quite placid character, Jordan Brooks, talking to him, but players can become different beasts when they go on the stage. You know all about that. And he's 95. Now starting to let Mark McGeeney see the aggression in front of him when he hits a good shot. And is that sparked by that little altercation?
I think on the stage he's a bit like a jack in a box. He's a bit jumpy. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with that either. There's a bit of spirit behind him. And I think you're right, Murphy's in the mood to show something that's going on.
What's happened here, the best way of putting it is that he's taken exception to Mark McGeeney taking exception.
Game on.
There's a lot of shoulder shrugging, isn't there? A lot of elbow flailing before he throws.
He's winning the battle, you know, of stage presence. Sometimes the worst thing you can do is kind of poke the bear, isn't it?
100.
Sometimes let things slide and just keep your own game going.
Sometimes, you know, I know that Jordan's averaging better in this game. He's leading the game by 2 legs to 1, but every now and again something happens that just fires you up. And in a funny sort of way, I don't know Mark massively well. I know him to talk to, and I've spent, you know, a couple exhibitions with him. I don't know him personally that well. But I would sincerely hope he's the kind of player that once he's up against a Jordan Brooks who's starting to give it some, that maybe that will bring out something in him too. Like poking the bear.
Yeah.
Like you said.
And it seems to have happened against him at the moment.
100.
But that's a good last start. Gets himself on the same score as Brooks.
I'll tell you what is interesting as well. The fact that if something has been said between these two, and there is some exception being taken,
40.
They've got to play each other in the first game tomorrow. So they can't really dodge each other for the next, 20 hours?
Yeah, well, I'll be putting in a media request for the pair of them to go and both speak to Abby after this match together.
100.
Do you reckon Mark would give some if he wins this leg? He's not that kind of player.
He's not, is he? But then again, Jordan's not really shown that much animation and aggression throughout the day. And he really did let out a roar, didn't he? After winning the previous leg, and he gave it the fist bump after hitting the 171. Let's keep our eyes fixed on this pair of players, not just in the match, but after it as well.
If you look at the facial expression of Mark McGeeney when he plays, it never changes.
139.
Only until he knows the result of the throw does he even flicker. Throughout the throw, he's like a statue, which is a great thing to have in your locker.
Yeah, don't mistake the expression of McGeeney for being annoyed about something, as he kind of has a permanent scowl on his face when he's throwing.
139.
Don't mistake
Mark, you require
statuesque for apathy. They've both left 62. Key shot coming in for Gladiator right now. This is the biggest double of his day. And in the
30.
background,
Jordan
flicked an index finger as if to say he thought he was going to hit it.
Well, it was at least a silent manoeuvre from Jordan Brooks. Not that McGeeney won't be aware of anything there. But does he think he's going to hit this? It's the same target.
46.
He fails to find
Mark,
it too.
required 32.
So it could be 2-2, and this is for a break.
This is fast becoming the most interesting game of the day.
Now, we were talking about bad matches. We now might have bad blood. Oh, that's a
28.
huge chance.
Jordan, you require 16.
Gone begging. And we've seen this happen a few times today for Jordan Brooks. He's missed darts at double, but then when he's gone back to the oche the next time, he's taken an extra moment, he's focused, and usually he's hit.
Game shot on
It
the
is the
fourth
case
leg.
once again.
Jordan Brooks.
And it helps the way he delivers the dart that if he gets that guide on the outside, that little cushion off the barrel of the flight, it's an
Fifth
almost
leg, it's
inevitable
Mark to throw
shot.
First.
I don't know if it's just him
Game
being
on.
in the zone here, but Mark McGeeney really does not want to look at Jordan Brooks at the moment. Look, we're just stating the facts as they are. It's for them to know and for you to interpret whether or not it's bad blood or whether it's just McGeeney wanting to stay in his own bubble.
Yeah, don't underestimate the fact, Murph,
180.
as he gets that first maximum of the match for himself, that he may be cheesed off about the day he's had. He lost to Peter Jacques in match number 1 by 4 legs to 2. Then he put in a 4-0 win, setting the tone for everybody else against Janis Mustafejevs. That's the only win he's got today. Then roles were
99.
reversed against Martin Adams. But ultimately, yes, Mark didn't play well against Martin, but Martin played the best of anybody has all day long. And then against Ryan Murray, he did have plenty of chances, missing 11 darts at
96.
double. So it wouldn't surprise me if Mark's in the headspace that he's just cheesed off with losing today. It might not be all to do with a certain moment in this match with Jordan.
Well, we'll try and find out,
41.
either on air or off air.
All right, so in that scheme of things, your Simpsons character is Arnie Pie in the Sky.
Go on.
He's the guy in the helicopter who goes over the traffic. You're not quite Kent
100.
Brockman. You're not the newsreader.
Well, my knowledge of obscure Simpsons characters isn't up there with yours, so we'll need to see a picture at some point.
You don't look like him. Trust me.
Well, when you said
60.
pie, I just
Mark,
started
you
to think you were being
require
slightly offensive there.
125.
Arnie Pie in the Sky looks a bit more like Kirk Bevins.
Well, it's not pie in the sky for McGeeney to get back into this match because he's got every chance
47.
of doing so here.
What he needs, more than anything else, is a clean double hit. He's missed 8 darts at double in this match. A truckload in his previous match. He just needs a clean strike. And by that I mean,
100.
get
Mark, you require
the 54
78.
and double 12, or the single 18, the single 20 in tops. It'll just make him feel so much more at ease.
$38.
Doesn't look at ease. There you see a bit of a reaction from the Gladiator.
I've lost count of how many doubles he's hit on the wire today.
83.
There's a little bit of pressure on this
Mark
tops now, but
40.
a few times this week he's already taken tops with one. That's not a bad guide. He can go slightly to the left of that. But now, down to 10s.
20.
It's more misses and a
Jordan,
first
you
match-winning
require
chance for Jordan.
180.
It hasn't been the highest quality affair. That's been a theme of the day. But as it said in the famous movie of Mark McGeeney's nickname, are you not entertained? I certainly have been. And this could be the end.
99.
It's not quite the end, and I get a feeling that McGeeney would love to rub
20.
salt in the wound here and just keep this game going at least a little longer.
Game shot on
And
the
it
fifth
does.
leg. Mark McGeeney.
We keep going in match number 13. There are no guarantees
Fifth leg. It's Jordan to throw first.
that
Game
Jordan
on.
will win this match. He's already had one match shot at double 19. It was unsuccessful. But you have to do all the yard work once again.
Am I a bad man for wanting there to be a bit of needle?
Yeah.
60.
It's a drama, Paul. I just love it.
I just want everybody to get along. I know it makes me a bit of a hippie, but I don't care.
It makes you a bit of a hypocrite as well, Paul, to be honest.
59.
I only had arguments with people I didn't like.
There we go, an exclusive. Paul meant it every single time. Didn't like Phil Taylor. Didn't like about
24.
2,000 people at the Reebok Arena in Bolton.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, in 2011, they loved me for just 1 year. Does that make them hypocrites?
Yeah, I think we won't do it today.
43.
Maybe it's one for tomorrow's session. Go through some of the best moments of needle in the sport, because there's been a fair few.
I think the best one is something I wrote for the Sporting Life recently about Davis Schneider. He was so slow that a dart player actually
100.
forced him through one of the bollards, and there was a punch-up.
Well, I think that's a bit more than needle, Paul. Well, it's been played at a really pedestrian pace, this one as well.
59.
I think that whatever happened has almost made it more intense and slowed things down a little bit.
Who was it, the player who kicked the back of someone's leg?
Well, that was me against Dan Dawson.
Oh, okay.
140.
I've heard of Eric doing it. I've heard of Rod Harrington being involved in one that caused the exclusion zone, didn't it?
Yeah.
Was that Jockey Wilson?
Yeah, I think Jockey was the one I was thinking of. I'm sure somebody will get in touch and let me know who it
100.
was.
And of course, we've had the moments with Adrian Lewis, many of them.
He's had a go with Richie Burnett. Darren Webster, was it?
Yeah, going Price this year. Although, to be
57.
fair, not always the one at fault, Adrian. Just sometimes on the wrong side of it as well.
Always seems to be involved, but players of that sort of mould tend to be involved.
Because they don't want to back
55.
down and let somebody
Jordan, you
say
require
they've done something wrong.
120.
Don't want to be bullied.
Well, there's McGeeney being bullied here because Brooks has a chance once again to win the match. He's already missed a dart to do so. Could go bull, but with McGeeney not on a finish, there's probably no value in it.
56.
Was that the right play?
Well, with a blocked treble 20, I think the player was going to single 20. Now he doesn't have a guaranteed single to double combo, whereas if he'd gone big 20, he would have had
140.
that very shot. And look
Jordan,
at
you
the pressure that's
require
been applied on him
64.
now.
May only be one dart double. Would have been a guarantee of 2 had he gone for the single 20. It is 1 at tops, but it is a clear bed.
24.
But it's another dart miss to win the match.
Require 45.
To prolong this match. We haven't had much in the way of 4-3s today. Only one of them, in fact.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
This is going to be number
Mark
2.
McGeeney.
Well, there was a respectful bumping of
Seventh and
fists
final
there,
leg. It's
but
Mark
there
to
was
throw first.
absolutely
Game
zero eye contact.
But I like that, though. I've said to a lot of aspiring players, whether they're young, old, or somewhere in between, at no point should there be eye
59.
contact between you and your opponent from dart 1 until the very end.
Okay, let's go down another route. Should there be a fist bump at all? You've shaken hands at the start of the match. Do you need to do it before the last
You don't
leg?
need to at all. It's just an etiquette thing.
81.
There was a moment, wasn't there, on the Euro Tour recently between Peter Wright and Neil Zonneveld,
Yeah.
where Zonneveld offered and Wright declined, and it caused a big hoo-ha on social media.
Read the situation, okay? James Wade doesn't like to
60.
do it. When you play James, you know it's not going to happen, so just let it slip.
Or, if you want to annoy him, make a big deal out of it, stick your hand out right in front of him and see what happens.
It doesn't bother me, honestly. I always let the other person dictate. If they want one,
100.
fine. If they don't, fine. Just get on with it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's a kind of grey area of etiquette in the sport. But a lot of people do get very hot and bothered about it.
Any excuse for some people. But
41.
it doesn't bother me whatsoever. You shake hands at the start of a match. You shake hands at the end. Anything in between is a grey area. But these guys, if something's happened during this game, at least they had the class
140.
to do it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a moment of class. And it was greeted by a little bit of an aggressive celebration again by Jordan Brooks.
Well, let's face it, this is an important game. Jordan's trying to get 6 points from his day. And I said earlier on that Mark McGeeney, if getting 6
85.
would do very well to do that. It would be his best day of the week. He's not going to get it. And Jordan is in a great position to be in the mix for Friday.
100.
And that last treble just took away the hope that McGeeney may have still been harbouring. Now has to hit big. It's a minimum of 2 treble turn required.
Oh, 96 or 134. 134 would be much better.
96. Jordan, you require 80.
So, he missed a dart 2 legs ago to win the match. He missed a dart last leg to win the match. He's getting 1 dart in this leg. How much of the target can he see?
40.
It's 3 legs
Mark, you
and
require
3 match darts missed.
160.
Oh, this would be the ultimate knockout blow. It's not going to happen. If McGeeney has any hope of winning this match, he needs more missed doubles from Brooks,
60.
who's missed 3 shots in 3
Jordan, you
different
require
legs.
40.
Tops it is. For the first time, he gets more than 1 dart double in a leg to win the match. But he's now missed 3 in this leg. And
20.
Mark McGeeney is going to get a shot.
Mark, you require 100.
Are you Houdini or Mark McGeeney? Wow. Don't look, Jordan.
Game, shots,
Don't look.
and the match. Mark
What a game that
McGeeney.
was. An unbelievable contest. It went on for ages. But ultimately, McGeeney is out of there with the 76 average and stealing that one with that 100 checkout. 25% it was, but ultimately McGeeney keeps himself in the running with 4 points from this day. We do have 2 more matches left. Martin Adams and Peter Jacques is coming up right after this break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney come through a last leg decider to get his second victory of the day. It was a 4-3 win over Jordan Brooks, but that doesn't tell the whole story of the game in that one. It's a big one, of course, for McGeeney to stop him getting cut adrift from the pack in the hunt for a top 2 spot. He had to dig deep to force a last leg decider, though. Jordan missing multiple darts at double to win the game. But after Jordan Brooks leveled things at 1 apiece, maybe a bit of tension and frustration for McGeeney, who just had a little word with Brooks, and boy, did that spark something inside of the debutant, looking far more animated and celebrating big scores and outshots, but importantly unable to get over the line. As you can see, just 3 out of 12 on the doubles in that one. McGeeney with that all-important ton checkout in that match as well. We can see what that does to the table as well, heading into our penultimate game of the day. Of course, we've got Martin Adams against Jacques up next. You can see Jacques at the top of the table. A win for Martin Adams would see him end the day level on points with him. And of course, the leg difference is very close indeed as well. Jacques looking for a Lou Reed perfect day in this one. It would be 5 out of 5 for him. But Wolfie, of course, looking to up his game. He did beat the other debutant Mustafejevs in his last match, but it was a very below par performance from him in that one. He'll be looking to get back up to the levels he showed earlier on in the day. So then, how are things going to end at the top of the table going into our second day in Group C? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Murph.
Thanks, Abby. It's all action here in Portsmouth at the Modus Live Lounge, and an all-England battle will grace match 14 of Group C action here on Thursday. The 66-year-old legend is back to try and see if he can get to 8 points, where Peter Jacques already is. He's looking for a Lou Reed, a perfect day. The Terrier has been good enough to get the 8 points. He's had some good spells, but he's doing, Murph, today what Daniel Close has been doing on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Just good enough without being spectacular.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And I wouldn't put it past him to get a perfect day, but I think it's the worst possible opponent to try and finish off a perfect day.
It's Martin,
and if you're going to win
first.
4 from 5,
Game on.
You would probably rather be the last 4 than the first 4. Nice to go to sleep on a win, isn't it?
I'll have to take your word for it. It's been a while.
Just quickly on that last match before we get into this, because it really is an important one, this one.
100.
There did appear to be a bit of needle between McGeeney and Brooks. Not 100% sure of the reason why, but if you were keeping a beady eye on them at the end,
125.
they did everything right. They still shook hands, but Mark McGeeney didn't want to engage in conversation with Jordan Brooks, who was wanting to do that, and then kind of sprinted off the stage as well. So that was interesting, and something that maybe we'll try and do a little bit more digging about.
140.
And have ready to discuss when they meet in their first match tomorrow.
Well, bring on Game 3 for Friday then. Or should we say Game 3 of Group C, because there will be some Friday morning matches later on tonight. So don't forget that we will be back live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. later on.
A double dose of darting delights on Thursdays and Fridays at the Super Series, and of course in between
140.
the World Grand Prix to watch as well. What a weekend.
Did you just say the words darting delight?
I did.
140.
Right,
Martin, you require 121.
Well, this match is looking like a darting delight from the start. Look at this. Both players in finishing range after 9. We'll be honest, we haven't seen that an awful lot today. But Martin was mustard, wasn't he, in his last match? Sorry, the one before the last match. A 4-0 win against Mustafejevs, where he didn't have to play that well. Before that, his win against McGeeney was threatening the 3 figures.
Just going to be a leave of tops here, but he's just made me laugh.
Martin, you require 24.
Prospect of Janis having some sort of mustard reference for his nickname.
Oh, of course, yeah. That was unintentional. Mustafejevs.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams.
That was ketchup. It was in the red bit, not the yellow bit.
Apologies. I will try to catch up.
Second leg, it's Pete's to throw first. Game on.
Ryan Murray against Janis in the last match of the day.
60.
One of the best sports people in the world is called Janis. Plays in the NBA. Greek basketballer.
Take your word for it.
He's very, very good.
100.
Antetokounmpo, I think, is his surname. Should know that one, really.
Bit of a hand-eye coordination going on in
100.
basketball. Wonder if any of them are handy with the old arrows.
I wouldn't be surprised. And what about our good Greek friend who's called Janis Mustafejevs? He looks after Martin Schindler in the world of darts.
Yeah. Our other Greek friend, John
100.
Michael.
Or Benjamin Simeonidis. There's the World Cup guy who's been the wingman of John Michael for years. But
45.
just saying that Janis Mustafejevs is not the only Janis in sport.
So Adams in this one to the good. Remember, the race for finals night from this group
100.
is a race for the top two, and these are the two players that occupy those spots at the moment. If Adams wins the game, he will join Jacques on 8 points at the top of the table overnight, and will have
140.
a minimum of a 2-point buffer to the next player, which could be Ryan Murray if he does beat Janis in the last match of the day.
You do fancy that Martin might need this win. Let's face facts.
125. Peter, you
McGeeney
require
playing Brooks in their first game
156.
tomorrow. Adams will play Jacques in their first game tomorrow as well. So this couple of matches that they're going to have could be very
82.
telling for the entire
Martin,
group.
you require 76.
2-0 if this goes in. That is in, and it's 2 darts at 888. Doesn't like it.
Do you really like it?
68.
It isn't wicked.
Peter, you require 74.
Well, he's loving it, loving it, loving it.
$54.
Not loving that.
Martin, you require 8.
4-4 then for Adams for a break of throw, a 2-leg lead. And if he wins this match by 3-leg margin, he'd actually go top of the table on leg difference.
4.
In fact, if he wins a
Peter,
match
you require
by any
20.
margin, he'll go top of the table, I think, apart from 1 leg.
Game shot on the
It
second
is
leg.
1-all.
Peter
Jacques
Jacques
has survived that one. Adams is always smiling no matter what happens, but he knows he should have won that leg.
Well, the flip
Third leg,
side
it's Martin
of
to
what I
throw
was
first.
just talking about with Adams
Game on.
moving on to 8 points is that Jacques moves on to 10 and puts himself at least 4 points clear of 3rd place. That's if Ryan Murray wins. He'll be 4 points clear of Adams in 2nd as well.
180.
Scott Walters aside, surely if he wins all 5 matches today, he's good as through.
Don't set yourself up for another fall, Murphy.
60.
What I'm going to say is, if Peter Jacques wins this game and he can get 2 wins tomorrow, he'll be fine. I think 14 points will get there. But there's no way, just by winning 5 games on Thursday, does that guarantee any success.
Surely it couldn't happen again, could it? A
60.
player wins all 5 one day, loses all 5 the next.
You know as well as I do that things that have happened in sport have every likelihood to happen again.
But
42.
lightning does not strike twice in the same spot. Well, that would lightning striking twice would be probably Scott Walters winning 5 one day and then losing 5 again, wouldn't it?
I sincerely hope that if Scott comes back, that doesn't happen to him again, because that was cruel.
121.
But Adams, despite gifting that leg to Peter Jacques, is keeping his cool. He's got himself down to
140.
finish after 9
Martin, you
darts
require
again. It's a very high
140.
standard that Adams is producing. And he seems to be, in the last few games, just going through the gears, doesn't he? That's the first time he's lost a leg in 3 matches. And he'll win this leg on 10.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Martin Adams.
Pretty. Very pretty. And the only other person hit a 140 check on this week was Peter Jacques.
Game on.
He's got company now, but he's also got a deficit against Wolfie.
And he gets a dose of his own medicine there. After taking out that
24.
combo yesterday, and only 24 for starters here. There you see the standard set by Martin Adams, who seems to be saving his best until last.
That's the old 99 Luftballons.
140.
Crank it up. There you go. But like I said about Jacques earlier, this is the level he's been playing pretty much all day, mid-80 stuff. He's been super consistent. But you do sense, based on what we saw from Adams against Mustafejevs, that was back in match number 12, that he will just do what's necessary. And against Jacques, I think he understands that he's going to need a lot more
100.
in the way of treble 20s and doubles to get over this guy.
It's really looking like it's going to set itself up nicely for tomorrow, particularly if Murray gets the better
100.
of Mustafejevs, who we expect he will. Okay, if you're not going to allow me to say that if Peter Jacques wins all 5, then he's as good as through, can you at least allow me to say that Mustafejevs is as good as out?
Yes.
180.
Going from 1st to 5th, which is what Scott Walters did a few weeks ago, was unusual. But going from 6th to 2nd or 1st,
100.
unheard of.
Martin, you require 81.
Adams with another opportunity. He really is the boss in this contest. And this could be the best leg of the day. An 11 darter from Martin Adams to further stamp his authority on the match. And that takes his average north of 107.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw
Only
first.
2 averages this week better than this right
Game
now.
on.
Greg Ritchie had a 107.36. That was in a 4-0 win. And it was a blistering display, giving himself a new personal best. And we did have that 111.48 for Daniel Closer,
41.
which was in his first game yesterday against Ryan Murray.
Well, it's some curtain closer from Martin Adams. If he does manage to see off Jacques.
140.
Even more impressive that he's producing it against a man who hasn't been beaten so far today.
Martin's personal best is 111.33, and I just don't think he's going to beat that. But he doesn't care.
60.
Peter's personal best is 101.05. He's not noted as getting massive averages, but then we said that about Greg Ritchie until yesterday. All you need to do is knit 4 legs together to get a huge, massive average in there. And funnily enough, of all of the players that have played here previously to this week, the only one not to have registered a ton plus average now is Mark McGeeney, which is quite surprising.
He'll be back for round 2 with Jordan Brooks at the start of tomorrow. Game 3, this will be game 2. The last game of the day, Murray against Mustafejevs, will be match 1. Usually we do hear from one of the players around this time of the day. I'm hoping that Abby will get the opportunity to chat to one of this pair.
It was great to hear from Daniel Closer yesterday. I thought
140.
Very good broken English. I think he's told a very good story.
Well, will this be the last 3 darts that Adams throws and Jacques faces today?
Martin, you require 160.
Supersede the 140 that he's already checked out.
Well, Jacques has hit a 140 this week. Adams equalled that. Jacques has hit a 160 this week, but not this time for Wolfie.
No 160. So Jacques gets a go at the 106.
60. Peter, you require 106.
6. 4 tops.
Game shot.
Oh, that is an excellent skin saver from Peter Jacques.
The darting equivalent of SPF 50.
6th leg, it's Pete's to throw first. Game on.
Real clutch stuff, wasn't it, from Jacques? He's only had 3 darts at double in the match. Adams has missed 7.
What do I always say
55.
when it comes to this group player? Win big, lose tight. If all else fails, and you do lose the match, lose it 4-3.
Yeah, it's a good point. There is no point throwing in the towel when you think the game is up. Just keep fighting, keep battling.
140.
To try and win the match anyway, but as a consolation, you might just improve your leg difference a little bit, and that could make all the difference come the end of the group.
We've seen groups won
41.
on leg difference. We've seen groups lost on legs. Difference, legs won. All these different separators that we have. And then you have finals night sometimes where it's a 9-dart shootout because everything's the same.
85.
Every leg is important, especially when you're gunning for the top two.
Even away from this format, you know, Dieter Hedman qualified for the PDC World Championship on legs one after a series of 4 knockout tournaments back in 2020 at the expense of Fallon Sherrick.
Proof is in that pudding.
$60.
Advantage Wolfie right now. How much he would covet a third maximum of this match to set up double 18 for the 4-2 win. A 4-2 win for him is looking increasingly likely with Jacques having a dart on the floor. Adams could finish the day on 8 points and plus 10, which is exactly where Peter Jacques sits right now.
Yeah, so a couple will come off his. They'll swap leg differences. And Martin Adams will join him on points. And that will do him the world of good.
It's Wolfie's world and we just live in it.
We're going to hear the walk-off song again.
Martin, you required 36.
A Wolfie win means that Duran gets belted out here at the Live Lounge.
Game, shots,
and it's time
and the match. Martin
the Dancers
Adams
with the Wolf, as Martin Adams averages over 101, the first 3-figure average of the session. And he exits the stage alongside the man who he sits at the top of the table with. There you see the stats. Brilliant performance from Martin Adams, saving his best until last. And Peter Jacques losing for the first time today. So Adams and Jacques end the day in the top 2 places on 8 points apiece. Adams first by the virtue of 2 legs. Ryan Murray looking to move within 2 points of the pair when he takes on the pointless Janis Mustafejevs next.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man alongside me has just won his 4th match of the day. Martin Adams, a 4-2 win there to round off the day. You are joint top at the table going into day 2. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling very happy, yeah. I mean, the first game today was a little bit, ooh, how can you put it? All right, rubbish, yeah. But yeah, build on it and, you know, come back strong.
And look at that, your name at the top of the table due to your superior leg difference after that one. Your last match of the day against Peter Jacques, that 140 was nice, wasn't it?
It certainly was nice. I mean, the thing with the 140 checkout, you miss more than you hit. And I just thought to myself, come on, you've hit this before, do it again. And it went in, lovely jubbly.
It was really nice, but the biggest reaction we've seen from you today is when your walk-on music was played after your victory. You really enjoyed that, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I mean, normally that's a walking on, not walking off, but it was a nice touch. Absolutely enjoyed it.
And of course, you did play in the first night at this venue, but it's your first week-long stint here. How are you enjoying this new venue?
I'm enjoying the new venue immensely, yeah. I mean, the first night there was 1 or 2 issues with sort of like, you know, they just got in the head, and you know, you end up not playing so well as you could do. But you know, c'est la vie, that's the way the darts goes, you know.
So even at your age, you learnt a thing or two, did you?
Something like that, yeah. Learned not to trust people.
Absolutely, I can concur with that one. Right then, let's get into our final match of the day. It is, of course, Murray up against Mustafejevs, who is looking for his first win of the day. Let's get into it with our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. And thanks, Martin. Always great value, Wolfie. Good for a chat. And I think the pair could hear him as well, because they're having a good old chuckle. Janis Mustafejevs have not had much to smile about so far today. But Ryan Murray could be grinning at the end of this one, because he could be the one who emerges as the contender to break the Jacques-Adams dominance in Group C. Now, there is the prospect of that unwanted record here for Janis Mustafejevs as well. If Murray beats him 4-0, then he will have lost the highest amount of legs in a row in the history of the Super Series and any of its various guises before we came here to the live lounge in
First
Portsmouth.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We think that Mustafejevs is already playing for pride, but Murray is playing for a lot more than that, isn't he?
Isn't he just? It's not just about this game as well. I don't know whether you've thought about this, Chris, but this is the last game of today and also the first one of tomorrow. If you think that Ryan Murray is languished 4 points behind Adams and Jacques, think again.
40.
Because if he wins here and he beats Mustafejevs again, first thing tomorrow, he's on the same points as Adams and Jacques.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
100.
They would be. However, if suddenly Mustafejevs were able to turn it on and beat him a couple of times, and then Jacques and Adams were to get victories
46.
in their first couple of matches, of course they'll play each other first, and it'd be as good as over, wouldn't it?
Perish the thought, really.
Yeah, it can change very quickly in the Super
98.
Series group stages. I had a Group B night once. I was commentating on a Group B night in Southampton when, on the Friday night, after match 4, everything was settled. And that was in Group B, with 3 places up for grabs from 5.
So
93.
by match 4 on the Friday night,
we knew which 3 players were going through.
Wow. I'd like to say that we can't
95. Ryan, you require
predict that
140.
that won't happen over the next couple of nights in Group B, but it could happen.
Well, we do see players go for this treble 19 on 114. The problem with the route is that you can block the
58.
target that you then need to go for with the second dart.
In that spot, I don't like it. I think if you've got one shot, have a crack at it. But when you've got to
46.
massively just stick
Ryan, you
to
require
the
56.
rule book, 60-14 and tops. And maybe because he hasn't had a great deal of success on tops, that's why he went for the southern option.
Game shot on the first leg.
But
Ryan
tops
Murray.
is kind right there and gives him an 18-dart hold of throw.
Yeah, the Super Series hasn't been kind to his opponent so far. That's
Second
now
leg, it's Janis to throw
17 legs
first. Game
lost in a row.
So it has to be 4-0 for that to be the case.
For the record to be broken,
99.
if he loses the first 3 legs, he will equal the roll of dishonour.
I see what you mean. Do you know what? I don't want to see him at the top of
45.
that list. Come on, Janis, get yourself a leg on the board. I'm not that merciless from the commentary booth as I would be on the hockey.
He won his first leg of the day.
31.
He had a 180 in his first leg of the day, didn't he?
He did. Second visit.
It's had a bit of an
40.
Eddie the Eagle day.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from there.
Well, these things can snowball, but he'll hope to wake
54.
up tomorrow with a different mentality.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to be Groundhog Day.
Play with a bit of freedom.
85.
Forget about qualifying for Saturday. That's gone for him. If not mathematically, then in any other reality. But just wanting to put on a showcase to say, look, this is what I can
57.
do. Invite me back and I'll give it another go.
$95.
Murray has not found his way to a Saturday with us before. And if he is going to do it this week, it's going to be very, very difficult.
45.
But maybe the position he's been given of finishing off today with Janis as his opponent and then his first opponent
55.
tomorrow, maybe it's the best possible scenario for him.
Yeah, I think that's fair, isn't it?
96.
You look at Peter Jacques having Adams last match today and first tomorrow, so a man who was top of the table from the off, winning his first 4 matches, could suddenly find himself third. If he gets the same result against Adams and Murray wins this match
43.
against Janis and the one
Janis should
tomorrow.
require
Well, that would be so
119.
typical of Peter's week. Played some good stuff, but hasn't found himself in the best positions. Hello, tops.
79. Ryan, you
Well,
require
surely
138.
He's going to get another look. And he is. To break the streak of how many legs?
17.
98.
He's had
Janis
chances,
should
but
require
he hasn't had any
14.
chances as big as this. Double 10.
20.
Well, he was nowhere
Ryan,
near
you
with dart
require
number 2, but
40.
dart number 3 was right on the wire.
I really do feel for him.
Game shot
Because
on the
he's lost the
second
leg
leg.
now. And it's
Ryan
now
Murray.
18. I hate to keep bringing it up, but we rate the records.
I don't know how
Third leg, it's
aware
Ryan
the
to throw
players are of
first.
those kind
Game
of
on.
things. We did say that, you know, some players watch it back afterwards, but I'm pretty sure no one's in the practice room telling him if you lose 4-0, you're going to be
96.
a record holder.
Yeah, one of these things that we know that the players don't.
I mean, he's made a big impact on his debut day. I'll give him that. If he hits the top of
45.
a roll of honour,
That's one way to do it.
93.
And what about that thing from yesterday with Daniel Closer?
96.
14 holds of throw all day. He wasn't broken once. Talk about impenetrable. When I found out that statistic
94.
last night, it really did make me feel a bit dizzy. Considering who he was up against, that's an amazing effort.
100.
You can sense that Ryan Murray knows what he's after. He's got to keep pace with 3 of the other 4 players.
54.
Oh, 4 of the other 5, sorry. He's got to get the 4-0 win just to bolster his position, which for today could well be
85. Ryan,
6
you require
points and plus 5.
164.
yeah, if they're all getting it, then he has to get it, particularly when Adams is on plus 10 and Jacques is on plus 8.
124.
It's not a vintage average by any means, but it's good enough.
65. Ryan, you require 40.
Double top then for 3-0. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Denies
Ryan
Mustafejevs
Murray.
a shot at the 110, and now the record is equalled. 4 players share that
Fourth leg, it's Janis to throw
unwanted
first. Game on.
record of the most consecutive legs lost. Aaron Monk, Bradley Kirk, and Josh Richardson are probably
100.
the only 3 people cheering on Ryan Murray in this leg.
And just to enforce
100.
that it can happen to the best of them, Josh Richardson, in the last couple of weeks, has won the Europe Cup Team Championship with England.
140.
He won a pairs title with his dad as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. British Open Pairs Championship. Big deal.
45.
He's a vastly talented young man, and he lost 19 legs in a row.
That must be a special feeling. Winning with your dad,
28.
winning with your son. Winning any leg would be a special feeling for Janis right now.
He's in position.
100.
Did the right thing there. I think downstairs for the 133 plus is the right play.
95.
That'll do.
He's got a chance. He's got a shot. Doesn't want to see any treble here from Ryan Murray because he's getting 6 starts if he doesn't get one.
60. Janis should require 138.
Stay downstairs. In fact, don't. Don't bust it.
98.
Oh, I had such a sinking feeling there.
Right. To avoid turning up on his debut
100.
day
Janis
and
should
having the
require
worst
40.
losing run of legs ever at the Super Series. Double 10.
Game shot.
And he gets it.
Janis Mustafejevs.
Yes, Janis.
And it's only the second time today that Charlie's had to say his name.
5th leg. It's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Well done, Janis. That took some guts. I know you've been through the mill today, but what you have shown us there is a bit of grit and determination.
95.
Just got to find 3 more.
60.
Oh, yeah. Could a leg turn into a win?
If you can win 1 leg, you can win another 3, but the likelihood is he might have to play a little bit better than he has so far.
Yeah, all
100.
of his averages in the 60s. Don't think it's something we've ever said before, is it? Super Series?
44.
Don't think so. Nobody wants to be stuck in the 60s.
96.
It's not a summer of love for Janis
39.
Mustafejevs, more a winter of discontent here at the Super Series. Murray, though, will be more than happy if he manages to get the job done 4-1.
90.
He won't begrudge that leg.
Correct. Still could be 6 points and +4. And he still has that game with
41.
Mustafejevs
Ryan,
in
you
match
require
1 tomorrow
120.
to try and bolster his position a bit more as well.
Double top.
100.
Oh, it's clattered off that dart. But Janis is so far back. Well, we might as well allow Paul Nicholson to make his way upstairs because there is
95.
no other outcome
Ryan,
than
you
Ryan
require
Murray
20.
winning this match 4-1. Not possible. Does he bust?
No score.
Yeah, decided to bust, and I think that was the right shot. I would ask Paul if he agreed, but he's gone.
54. Ryan, you require 20. Game, shot.
And it proves to
and
be the right
match.
shot. It
Ryan
proves to be the right
Murray.
play. The game goes Murray's way, and he keeps himself clinging to the coattails of the top 2 in Group C. It is no points on the board for Janis Mustafejevs, but he avoided that unwanted record of the biggest losing leg run at the Super Series. Ryan Murray allowed him 1, but picked up for himself to pick up a couple more points and move within 2 of Jacques and Adams at the top of the Group C table. Not the best performance we've seen from Murray, but more than enough to see off the Latvian debutant who ends the day on no points. We'll do it all again tomorrow and tonight. And Paul Nicholson has made his way upstairs to discuss this afternoon's and this evening's action with Abby.
Yeah, thanks very much, Murph. We don't want to dwell on it too much, but Janis getting that leg there, it felt really important, didn't it? And I think everyone was really pleased to see that.
We love an underdog, and firmly Janis is the underdog, but nobody wanted to see his name at the top of that list. So getting that double 10 was just a really big thing for him. And I think it will help him coming into the match against Murray tomorrow. Yeah,
absolutely. We can take a little look at how the table stands going into the second day of action in Group C. Of course, that will return at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. It's Martin Adams who leads the way with Peter Jacques just behind him. That is what we predicted at the start of the day, pretty much.
Yeah, it is, actually. And I suppose we have to start looking forward to Friday morning's action, because someone like Jordan Brooks, for instance, and Mark McGeeney especially, they're going to be in a chasing situation tomorrow, and they really want Janis to come out of the blocks tomorrow to do them a favour against Ryan Murray. But if Ryan gets that win again, there's a 4-point gap, and Brooks and McGeeney have to play each other in round 1 as well. So the person who loses that first match automatically feels like they're not going to qualify.
Yeah, a lot on that game already before you even mention the bit of needle that's gone on between the two of them. We've not had a chance to catch up with them about that, but it's really good that we're getting our first look at Jordan Brooks on this Super Series stage, and the way he responded to that was incredible. Of course, he didn't go on to get the 2 points, but the way he responded when McGeeney looked to have said that he'd done something behind him on the stage, he responded in the right way. He
did, and so did Mark as well. I think obviously there was something happened, whether it was an etiquette thing or something was said, or darts clicking is a usual thing that happens sometimes somewhat inadvertently. But I think the way that they projected themselves at the end of the match, I think, was quite classy. They didn't have to shake hands. They could have just stormed off and that kind of thing, but it says a lot about Jordan and Mark that they still respected the sport and the game to shake hands and just leave it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really impressed with Jordan, actually, on debut today. But we can look ahead now to Group B, which is going to get underway at 10 p.m. this evening. We're really looking forward to this. The first match of the evening session is, of course, Rob Collins up against Robert Thornton. That's going to be a really tasty one, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Might as well start with a bit of a firework match. And we know what you're going to get from Rob Collins. He's going to be cock-a-hoop that he's in Group B. He worked really hard to get there. But Robert's my old mate, and Robert Thornton, that is. So, yeah, I'm going to go for Thornton to come through. Love to see the World Senior Champion in the Saturday night.
And we already know how Robert Thornton deals with players who are slightly more animated up on stage, don't we? We know he really likes that.
Yeah, he loves a good dust-up, especially late at night. So Group B is going to deliver. That is a fact.
And, of course, we've got Stephen Burton back in action. He was part of finals night, the first finals night we had up on this stage. He's been reunited with a dart this week as well, hasn't he?
Has he got it back?
He has. Oh, he will be receiving it back this evening, I believe. Of course, he dropped a dart down the smoke machine on stage. Yeah, of course. What are the chances of that happening? But he's been reunited with that. It'll be good to see him back up there. Greg Ritchie back in action as well. And probably unsurprisingly, if you did watch Monday through to Wednesday, that Greg Ritchie has the best finishing stats of anyone in that group.
Not surprised by that whatsoever, because if you look at what he did in the live league in Southampton prior to coming here, he was exactly the same. He wasn't the highest scorer, but every now and again he'd put in that ridiculous doubling display. So if he can sort the keep the finishing coming and sort the scoring out, he can do more of what he did yesterday by registering a personal best of 107.
Most definitely. Right then, we are looking forward to that. We will be back on air at 10 p.m. this evening. Make sure you come and join us.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.